This is the story of one of the most dramatic seasons in the history of Rangers Football Club. After a turbulent 2006-2007 campaign that saw managerial change and no silverware, Walter Smith would forge a team that was capable of competing on all fronts, including European competition. The likes of Gavin Rae, Dado Prusso and Stefan Klos had departed, but reinforcements arrived in huge numbers. 7 signings before the early start to the campaign in July. Experienced keeper Roy Carroll arrived from West Ham to provide competition for Alan McGregor, with Graham Smith joining from Kilmarnock as cover. At the back, the versatile Kirk Broadfoot made the short trip east from Paisley after 5 promising years at St Mirren, while big money was spent on Spanish central defender Carlos Cuellar. Over £2 million forked out to bring in a man who'd helped end Rangers' European dreams just months before with Osasuna. To supplement the midfield, Falkirk's Alan Gow returned to his native Glasgow, and Walter spent around £3 million to recruit Wideman, Lee McCulloch from Wigan Athletic and DeMarcus Beasley from PSV.
I'm ecstatic. I'm extremely happy. It's been a long road, but finally, things got done, and I kind of wanted to wait till after my summer with the US team to get everything finalized. But I'm extremely happy to be in Scotland and a part of this football club.
Do you think your time at Manchester City last season, you've adapted to the British style of football? Should that help you here in Scotland?
Yeah, I think so. It took me a little while with my injuries in the beginning of the season, but after that, after January, I came along and I started to understand the game, a lot better. And I hear that's about the same style as the SPL and the EPL. So, I think it definitely helped. It couldn't hurt. So, like I said, I'm definitely excited and ready to get started.
A former teammate of yours, Jan Vennegoor of Hesselink, is over the road at Celtic. You'll be looking forward to locking horns with him?
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure I'll lock horns with him, and I'm sure that I'll see him sometime in Glasgow. We'll have a bite to eat and talk about the good old times.
I know you've not been here long, but what do you make of Scotland so far?
Cold.
Also travelling north was the tireless Jean-Claude Darcheville, who came in from Bordeaux. Like DeMarcus, the Frenchman had already experienced the Champions League and the English top flight. The belief was strong that Rangers had a squad that could compete at any level. The major goal, the first business of the campaign, was to try and qualify for the UEFA Champions League. Opposition from the newly independent state of Montenegro stood in the way at Ibrox. Cuellar, McCulloch and Darcheville made debuts as Walter Smith's men ensured they'd travel to the Balkans with a comfortable cushion.
Chris Boyd, is this the quickest ever? He hits the post, 9 seconds gone. That should have been the fastest goal in Rangers European history. Ferguson, back to Novo, trying to find space, drags the ball through from Ivanovic. Novo played it in. Tumbasovic knocked it away, turned back in by Weir. That's going to be a chance for Rangers. Darcheville will clear it, and the referee allows the goal. Zita absolutely furious that a free kick has not been awarded. Jean-Claude Darcheville on his official Rangers debut puts Rangers ahead.
Well, I see David Weir's trying to claim the goal. Jean-Claude Darcheville absolutely incensed because he thinks he got a touch. When it came out, no danger. All David Weir can do is knock it back in the mixer. Darcheville goes in, the goalkeeper doesn't get a touch. He's not even close to the ball. And let's see, does Darcheville actually deflect this ball? I'm not convinced he does.
Trajkovic plays it through. Excellent play. Kolář moving forward. He might try and move that in. Alan Hutton was clumsy and he's conceded the free kick right on the edge of the box. And this time there's no yellow whistle. It's a yellow card for Alan Hutton right on the very edge of the 18-yard box.
It was a dangerous one. He knew he had the pace to get back. He thought he'd got there. And I think when you go into the back of a player, there's not a great deal in that. He did get goal side, but on the edge of the box, you can't barge into somebody. You've got to stand your ground, try and get him away from the goal. And having scored, Rangers cannot afford to concede so soon after.
So once more, Lianko Tumbasovic stands over the ball. They'll try and get it up and over the wall, or they try and tempt it in behind Alan McGregor at McGregor's left-hand side. Tumbasovic goes in, good block, although Rangers seem to get early. Alan Hutton is yellow carded, Alan Hutton is red carded for breaking from the wall too early. The Rangers go down to 10 men. Rangers leading by 1-0. Ferguson plays it in, the goalkeeper. Well, it's a bit of a disaster there. Novo goes in, was that a free kick? The referee has said no, it's a goal. The goalkeeper goes a-wandering in Govan from the place he should have been, and Lee McCulloch celebrates.
Started the game very well, first 10 minutes or so, and then afterwards, you know, when Zeta had a little bit of possession of the ball, we lost a little bit of confidence, but that's bound to happen by the standard of the team that they are. People claim to look and say, you know, the smaller countries and the newer countries in Europe, and disregard them, but they showed tonight that they've got some very good players.
Walter hadn't finished with his squad strengthening, and with the start of the SPL season just days away, new faces arrived at Ibrox, which included Stephen Whittaker, who came across from Hibernian to offer further options both at fullback and in midfield. The attacking armoury was also boosted with Daniel Kuzan arriving from French club Lens. The squad were ready for the challenge, and the opening weekend saw Rangers face a trip that was maybe not the toughest, but certainly the longest of the domestic campaign.
McCulloch into the path of Barry Ferguson! That is a very special goal! A captain's contribution, fabulous finish from Ferguson, and Rangers lead against their bogey team.
Oh, what a way to start the season. It's a fantastic strike. You just see the ball sits up for him. This is Rangers game boy, get Barry Ferguson up in support, and then when he gets there, tell you what, he just looks at it and he thinks, I'm going to have a go at this. It's a great volley.
Ferguson the goal scorer, and Chris Boyd could be in here. Boyd! It's not gone in, but only just. Chris Boyd so close to scoring, and Fraser's touch just helped keep it out. Lee McCulloch has got a bit to do, but Nacho Novo's there with him. Novo! Brilliant! Nacho Novo comes off the bench to double Rangers' lead.
But it's great initial play from McCulloch. Look, he holds up when he eventually gets on the ball. He spies Novo, he feeds him, and Novo doesn't take any chances with taking a touch. No, I'm going to hit it first time. I think he tries to go across Fraser, but he catches it so well.
Ball mistake from Totally, and Barry Ferguson scores his second of the game. Totally's error, Ferguson nipped in. Rangers couldn't beat Cali Thistle last season, but they've well and truly beaten them here.
Well, that sums up Totally's afternoon, but it's all about Barry Ferguson's finish here. He capitalises. Look at that, look how cute it is. Brilliant finish.
The Rangers squad gathered at Glasgow Airport for their flight to the Montenegrin capital Podgorica. It's been a tidy start to the season, with Saturday's 3-0 opening day win over Inverness coming hot on the heels of the 2-0 first leg win over Zeta at Ibrox.
I thought 3 great goals up at Inverness, and then the boys played really, really well. So that was great. I think with pre-season games we've played fairly well. The worst we've played so far is actually the first leg. So hopefully we can continue the form from the weekend into Tuesday night.
Barry Ferguson and Nacho Novo were the heroes at the weekend, and they are both set to be key players again on the European stage. With Alan Hutton and new signing Stephen Whittaker banned, Kirk Broadfoot is likely to deputise at right back.
If we keep it tight at the back, which we will be trying to do, and hopefully if we nick a goal it'll be hard for them to beat us with their away goal.
With Alan Hutton and Stephen Whittaker both out, a chance for you to maybe come in at right back?
It's up to the manager, you ask the manager that. Hopefully I get my chance, and if I get my chance I take it.
I think we've got to be confident, but we know it's going to be a hard game. The temperature over there is going to be a big factor in it as well. So, but
we're confident.
You guys high in confidence, obviously, from the win over Inverness at the weekend. Did you enjoy your SPL experience?
I did, it's been a long time obviously since I've played there, and I thought it was very quick, the standard was very good, so it was good to come out with 3 points.
Did Zeta surprise you in the first leg, how good they actually were?
They did, everybody was saying that they were one of the best of teams and stuff, but I thought they had a couple of really good individual players, and as a team I thought they were quite good, so it's not going to be easy for us.
The temperature in Montenegro is set to be a big factor, and the players are eager to turn up the heat on FK Zeta.
Here comes Hamdani. Fancy a little dance through onto Beasley. Nicely cut back. Lee McCulloch will take the touch. McCulloch needs somebody to come and run alongside him. Nacho Novo is there. Back once more to McCulloch. Can he shape to shoot? Well, he did so, but Rangers rather laboured the point there.
Yeah, at first I thought the shot was on, but he decided to make the pass, and it comes back. His first touch was decent, tried to just wrap his foot around the ball, and he's knocked it high, wide, and not very handsome, but just a good bit of play from Rangers.
Novo gets the ball on to McCulloch. McCulloch driving forward, Thompson in support. Novo too. Novo should play it through to Beasley. Nice little touch, just enough for Markovic, and the goalkeeper taking no chances. Good play from him that time, had to knock it away.
Well, you don't want to take any chances when you had a bad day at Ibrox and didn't cover himself in glory in the first half either. You just get it clear, but decent play again. Nacho Novo has to be pinpoint here, doesn't get enough on it.
Barry Ferguson over the ball. Ferguson chips it deep. Nacho Novo waiting for a possibility for McCulloch. Header from one side to the other, but Lee McCulloch can't add to his Rangers goal tally.
It'd be interesting to ask Nacho Novo, was he going for goal or was he trying to head back? Because he's got the ball up in the air too much. If he's going to head that back across, if it's flat, McCulloch just has to knock the ball into the back of the net. He was waiting for it, he got up, angle was against him, and really from there, unlikely to score.
Substitute on the far side. Boljevic does well, works it across. There's an opportunity. Stjepanovic went in. He was then caught by Broadfoot. The ball through with McGregor. The referee deciding there was no issue there. Ferguson. Rangers continuing to control. Thompson having his jersey pulled, but he continues. Ferguson on to Beasley. Thompson wants it. Beasley's going to go himself. Wrap the right foot round. Rangers are through to the third round of qualifying in the Champions League. Demarcus Beasley scores for the first time for Rangers. A nice drive, it opened up for him. And it's Zeta 0, Rangers 1.
Job done, very pleasing result for us. It's always a nervy game, that one. You know, you find yourself qualifying for a European place, and then at the end of it, you could find yourself with no European football altogether, so we at least have a chance of getting European football now at the very least, so we're delighted with that, but obviously delighted that we do have a chance to get to the Champions League.
The first home game of the league campaign saw St Mirren arrive at Ibrox, and Daniel Kuzan made an impression on his league debut.
The Beasley, oh, that's a very good save indeed. Chris Smith getting right down to it. Here's Thompson. Darkaville. Boyd now, Darkaville onto it. Right across goal, and McCulloch couldn't get hold of it. Good run by Darkaville on the outside, and that really was one of the best moves of the game by Rangers. Did well to get down the left-hand side, but sweeping it across, McCulloch didn't have the pace to keep up on that other side. Weir, on by Papach, Boyd. Almost got that through, Darkaville again. Hutton plays it down, there's Ferguson, he's done it! Beautiful goal by Ferguson. McCulloch and then Boyd. Nice little chest down. And Barry Ferguson once again, like last week, opens the scoring. Rangers infinitely better in the movement that time, and Rangers are in the lead. Taken by Ferguson, driven in, that's a brilliant save. Weir getting a touch, and he's pulled them out of the bag today, Chris Smith. Trying to get that nice little flick inside. Nacho Novo missing up. Here's Beasley. Beasley going in now with a chance. There's a new man and he's going to score. He has. Daniel Kuza on his debut. Scores for Rangers. Beautifully set up there by Beasley. There was a little bit of a touch there by the St. defender, but we'll give him the credit for putting the ball in the back of the net. The Frenchman has struck.
League proceedings had begun well. The question now was, could Rangers book a place in Europe's elite competition?
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a tough game. I mean, you know, it's just about to qualify in the group stages, so you're not going to get any easy games, and you know, you're playing against the top people around Europe, so it's going to be a difficult game, but I'm sure we'll handle it.
I think it will be a tough game. It have a good history, you know. I remember seeing him play a lot against Real Madrid and big clubs as well, you know. But I think it's Rangers is, you know, if he's playing and with a passion and all that, and then all the fans is with us, behind us, that's always happens. So I think he can do is have a lot of quality, have a lot of players, is want to play for this club.
They'll be very technically, they'll be good, but as I say, you know, if we go and play the way the Scottish teams could play, you know, press the ball, and I don't think they'll be able to handle it, and you've seen that against Zeta, you know, and we won 2-0. So hopefully, you know, it will take time, but hopefully the goals will come.
Red Star Belgrade had won the European Cup before, and despite losing their coach in the build-up to the match, they would certainly provide stiff opposition.
Thompson, Nashville is offside. Well, they did try and finish, but the flag was up before the ball landed at his feet.
Yeah, it's a good ball, you've got to say, but his pace, he doesn't have to go early.
Got forward by Kuzan, Ferguson running in, the opportunity! The side net is rattled. Nacho Novo was inside wanting the pass, but I'm not sure Barry Ferguson had the angle.
Well, it's direct, it's flicked on. First time he's get forward, header through, Ferguson picks up, Novo's screaming for it. In the middle there, if he crosses it, it's a hard angle, he probably scores. But the scoring form, Barry Ferguson, he tries a pop-it goal and he just can't get the angle on it, hits the side net.
Little flick on, Barry Ferguson goes through, Nacho Novo! Nacho Novo gives Rangers the lead they so desperately wanted to take to Belgrade. And it's the man who's so popular around these parts, Nacho Novo with a goal.
Well, it's been frustrating, it's been a long time coming, but you can't ask for a better finish. Clean sheet, a one-goal lead, but Novo. Important goal, you can see him there on it in a flash, left foot shot, drills it in. It's a huge goal for Rangers, you've got to say.
Nacho Novo just did enough to outstrip the long legs of Ibrahim Gueye, and Rangers can celebrate.
So far, so good. 5 competitive matches, 5 wins, and no goals conceded. Old hand David Weir was combining well with the new boy Carlos Cuellar, who had certainly caught the eye.
Carlos is a new player and everybody, the focus is on him, and everybody's paying attention to him, and he's played exceptionally well, and therefore he gets all the plaudits. But defending is not about one player, it's about how you do it as a unit. We've been trying to put that in place. Once we get the defensive aspect in place, then we can try and adjust the other things in the game. And hopefully we can adjust the other aspects of the game as we have the defensive part. But the thing is to remember that we are trying to build a foundation for the team, and so far so good.
He's been excellent to him, you know, and integrated with the squad very well. You know, as I say, his English isn't the best, but you know he wants to learn and he's learning every day, and you know I think he's really enjoying his time at the club so far.
Carlos doesn't speak any English, so I thought that was going to be a bit of a problem, but he settled in very quickly, as you can see with his level performances.
He looks to me not just like an accomplished defender, but he looks like a good footballer as well, if you know what I mean. He can deal with things at the feet too.
Yeah, he's good all round, as you say. It was a catch for us. Honestly, I hadn't heard of him really, but I've been really impressed since he's came, and he showed what a good signing he'll be.
The clean sheet record disappeared against Falkirk, but it's fair to say Rangers more than made up for that at the other end, with the newer faces making a major impact. There was joy too for Chris Boyd on his 24th birthday.
There's just on the bar, and in again it's Mathieu Cousin. Daniel Cousin puts it in, and Rangers are in the lead in exactly 55 seconds. Well, it was like pinball there, and the board with the little ball zooming about from player to player. David Weir with that header, and Cousin just off the goalkeeper. And it goes. Whittaker now. He's got it forward. Oh, what a goal! Brilliant goal in his debut for Stephen Whittaker. And that is the penetration that Rangers have been badly needing to supplement what Barry Ferguson can do with his runs. No hesitation. Craig. Well, they kept possession all right, but they're doing Rangers' job for them a little bit too much on the ball. Oh, that's a beautiful goal. Arno firing that in. Rangers have lost their first SPL goal. Well, that was direct enough. Wonderful strike. It's on to Ferguson, neat touch there by Ferguson, and it goes to Nachinovo. There's Cousin, oh, what a strike! He really did make sure that time, as the Falkirk defence was ripped wide open. And what did it come from? Well, Barry Ferguson being more aggressive, getting into the penalty area. Well, there's a brilliant ball right through there, and it must be in. It is the second goal, and it was Graham Barrett, the substitute, who got it right through the middle of that defence. And for the first time in the game, that Rangers defence looked really fragile there. There's the run there by Cousin, certainly going for it. Cousin tries to put it in. Boyd's got it. He's done it. A lot of great work by his co-striker there to get that ball to him. At first it looked as if he might not be able to get it. He had overrun the ball. And that is a cruel blow to Falkirk. Now Hutton. Whittaker just inside him. Here's Whittaker. Decent ball in, and it's off the post and in! The Frenchman Darcheville scores his first goal for the club. It's now 5, and they're delighted with that. It matters so much for strikers to put the ball in the back of the net. That's a lovely ball. Ferguson. Crossing goes in. Boyd tries to get that in. Darcheville again. His second. Suddenly the Falkirk defence has been ripped apart. Now that's good support work. He's waited a long time to get his opening goal, and now he ends up with 2. going for it, I think. He's going for it. Yes, in again! Broadfoot! Another debut goal. It is now 7. And Falkirk are staggered.
A lot of credit must go to Falkirk because Big John and Brian Rice get them playing a special way, and they do try and play football all the time, especially through Russell, who I thought had a particularly good game on Saturday. You know, they do. I mean, if you get a season ticket for Falkirk this year, I think you'll see a lot of good football. But I felt we just got stronger and stronger as the game went on. And particularly second half, I thought we came into the game a lot more and played a lot of our better stuff in the second half.
Do you think the fact Falkirk come out and play football, does that leave holes and gaps at the back?
It does. It does. I think so. You know, I think the longer the game goes, then you have a better chance of exploiting the gaps that they do leave. But you know, that's taking nothing away from them because you know the first team scored a couple of goals against us, which is not a lot. I think it's the first team that scored 2 goals against this season. So I think they have to get a lot of credit. At the same time, the way they do play the game, if you do try and hit them in the break when they lose possession, it can be beneficial, and that was certainly the case on Saturday.
Rangers hadn't scored 7 in a league match for 7 years and kept the 100% record intact in some style. To Ayrshire next and a battle with Kilmarnock.
Papach's free kick to the top of Hamill's head. Here's Chris Boyd! Good save by Cone to deny Chris Boyd yet another goal scoring return to Rugby Park.
He hits it really well. Look at Hamill and Kuzan that go up for it initially, but what a save that is.
Invincible! Shot out of nothing from Danny Invincible. Alan McGregor with a top draw save. There he is again, Jean-Claude Dashville. He's already scored as many goals for Rangers as he did in his season with Nottingham Forest. Whittaker tries to take it on. Beasley! Referee had a long, hard look, but the goal does stand.
It's a little dinking again from Ferguson, and this time Dashville does really well. He holds up strong, and it just ricochets off Lilly, and it falls at the feet of Beasley. And as I say, he's not going to miss. Beasley's involved initially. Look at the little dink. Lovely little ball in from Ferguson. Held up so well. Whittaker gets it on the act. Eventually falls to Beasley.
Football at close quarters again from Rangers. Whittaker, and still Whittaker. Good save by Cone. Good strike by Stephen Whittaker as well.
That's a very good save. Again, it's Whittaker in that area, just outside the box. Twists and turns, gets some room for himself.
Disappointing corner from Beasley, which he was quick to acknowledge. And the clearance finds Naismith. Naismith has got Nish making a run forward for him. The deflection is a kind one, and an opportunity for 1-1. An opportunity that has been brilliantly taken by Danny Invincible.
You see here, Naismith, I should expect, cuts inside, tries to feed it into this, but look at this. Doesn't happen first time, it's not going to happen. It does, and look how well taken that is from Invincible. He comes in from the right-hand side, and he knows McGregor's coming out.
Ferguson, Dashville, good challenge by O'Leary, and a clean one as well. Beasley, Dashville, Rangers lead. Jean-Claude Dashville, who's been magnificent since coming on, has the goal that puts Rangers back ahead.
What a threat he's been. Involved in everything in the second half for Rangers. He gets himself back up after the initial challenge. You can see it just falls for him. And he's delighted to just turn his body. You see he gets back up here. Beasley working hard. He turns his body and slides it past Combe.
A tough trip to Serbia followed as Walter Smith's team hoped to finish the job and seal a place in the Champions League group stage. The rewards were not only high in footballing terms, progression could swell the coffers by at least £7 million.
I think it'll be a difficult game. Yeah, but I mean, we've seen they can be physical. But no, I think it'll be a good football match as well, you know, and one that we're leading at the moment. We know we've got a bit of work ahead. It's important that we just be very cautious with it, you know, and it's a game we feel we can win, but we need to be cautious in our approach as well.
I've no doubt in my mind that it's going to be a tough game. Obviously going over there, we've got the slight lead, but knowing full well it's going to be tough, but I'm sure we've got the quality in the team to pull it off.
It's going to be tough, a hostile crowd. I think they'll be much better than what they were at Ibrox. It's going to be really hard for us. I think we're more than capable of doing it. It's just whether we go there and stand up and be strong, and I think we'll do it.
Rangers arrived at Glasgow Airport to catch their flight to Belgrade. Confidence is high in the camp on the back of a winning start to the season, 7 matches in and 7 victories. Summer signings Daniel Kuzan and Jean-Claude Darcheville were the men on target against Kilmarnock on Saturday as the side kept up their perfect start to the season. Kuzan has a doubt for the match tomorrow night with a calf strain, and he'll be given until the last minute to recover. It's the biggest test of the season for the Light Blues, but one they're ready for.
Must be, you know, it's an important game and it's going to be a tough game, but I think it's been getting good results in the league as well, so it's good for the confidence of every player. So I'm quite confident in go there and get a result.
It's judgment time for Walter Smith's new look squad. The volatile atmosphere of Belgrade, the only thing separating them from a money-spinning shot at the Champions League.
League proceedings had begun well. The question now was, could Rangers book a place in Europe's elite competition by beating Red Star Belgrade?
Here's Lucas though. Hasanovic. Djordjevic. Oh, that's a miss. Djordjevic sneaking into the box. It's a bit panicky at times there for Rangers.
Well, it's because it fell to his right foot. You see that Rangers have been offering Red Star wide. They don't want them through the middle because that's where they're dangerous.
Oh, McGregor forced to push that one away, and another worry towards the end of the half for Rangers. Hasanovic.
As I said again, he gets past Whittaker. It's good goalkeeping. McGregor will be happy. He's dealt well with what's come at him tonight.
Ferguson and Darcheville. Jean-Claude Darcheville! Oh, he's put it wide. What a chance for an absolutely vital away goal.
Well, that was a chance. But he made it for himself. Again, he twists away from the defence through his own strength.
Papac. Lee McCulloch might get a shot away here. He does! Oh! Well, Randelovic got lucky. It squirmed away for a corner.
That's great play from McCulloch. Look at the way he comes inside. He knows that opens things up. He's going back the way he came.
Ilias, Lucas up against Ferguson and Hemdani. Thompson sliding in. Corrigan! Fine save from Alan McGregor. Superb reaction from the Rangers keeper.
That's the problem. Don't get sloppy in midfield. If you do, you'll try and take advantage.
Rangers fans, get ready to party. It's over. Rangers have done it. They will be joining the elite of Europe in the Champions League. Job done. Job very well done in Belgrade.
That goalless affair booked Rangers' passage. The draw would pit Walter Smith against extremely tough opposition. Barcelona had won the competition as recently as 2006, while Lyon and Stuttgart were reigning champions of France and Germany respectively. There was still more transfer activity at the end of the month. Philippe Sibo departed on loan to French side Valenciennes. Arriving on loan was Charlton's Senegalese midfielder Amdi Faye. A permanent deal was also agreed for a familiar face from SPL Tussles. Stephen Naismith joined from Kilmarnock. The Ayrshire boy had made a real impact, scoring 19 goals the previous year and forcing his way into the national team. His arrival at Ibrox had been on the cards for some time, and Stephen endured an agonising wait.
It was obviously the summer from hell kind of thing, and it kind of went right down to the wire, but I'm delighted it's happened.
Did you think it would?
No, not to be honest. I was late on Friday night, just going to my bed thinking about the game on Saturday for Kilmarnock, and then just got a phone call to get myself to Murray Park, and it all spiraled out of control from there.
Is there anybody particular that you look up to here, that you admire?
I think just everybody at the club, obviously. The manager's been here before and done so well for the club, and you've got legends and Ali McCoy and Durant, and obviously Kenny's great with the training and stuff, so every one of them I'm sure are going to help me develop into a better player.
Plus, of course, you've been reunited with Chris Boyd, which must be nice.
Yeah, well that's great. Obviously Chris and me were at Kilmarnock, and it's just great. Obviously it's maybe hard coming to a new club when you don't know many people, but I know Chris, and from being away on the international stage and stuff, I know quite a lot of the boys, like Whittaker and Thompson, Webster. I know a lot of the boys, so they've all made me feel welcome.
So a place amongst Europe's elite was secured, and the SPL table was an enjoyable sight for Walter Smith at the end of a busy August. 4 wins out of 4, 12 points, top of the league. Andy Webster made his long-awaited competitive debut for Rangers on the first day of September as the SPL's new boys Gretna came to Ibrox. They were still without a win and weren't about to change that.
There's going to be a booking for Colin for that challenge. Here, Kuza looks very dangerous indeed, round the outside. Anxious to get on with it, it's in! Boyd opens the scoring. There might have been a bit of a deflection there. In fact, I'm convinced there was. We'll, I think, verify that with the replay. Boyd will claim that though, and Rangers have opened the scoring with not the most spectacular goal ever seen at Ibrox Park. Webster brilliantly! Powerful header. Goalkeeper did get his hand to it, pushed it upwards, but that was over the line. Rangers are 2 up. The goal they really needed. It was becoming so flat for them. There's Qualler! Oh, nobody could stop that. Beautiful header. So the 2 central defenders have scored goals this afternoon for Rangers, and I think that's a reflection of how the game has gone today. A deflected goal and 2 headers. Beasley. Nice little ball out. Darsheville will want to take his man on, and he does. Cuts it back, it's in! Darsheville off the goalkeeper, but oh, how he deserves that. Tremendous strength, broad pair of shoulders. Flies like a tree trunk. And determination. The goalkeeper could only get his hand to it. Let's see it from this angle.
Sí, la verdad es que sí, ¿no? Que ha sido una semana en la que ha salido todo redondo, conseguimos la clasificación para la Champions, conseguí a nivel personal el premio a jugador del mes y bueno, y encima conseguí marcar un gol importante para el equipo. La verdad es que sí que estoy muy contento.
Do you see scoring as being a part of your game, Carlos?
No, yo estoy más contento si el equipo consigue ganar y dejamos la puerta a cero. Si encima meto gol, pues bienvenido sea, pero prefiero dejar la puerta a cero y ganar partidos a meter goles.
It's been some months now that you've been here at Rangers. Do you feel settled?
Sí, la verdad es que estoy muy contento. La adaptación ha sido fácil porque hay un gran grupo de compañeros, la gente me ha acogido muy bien y, como he dicho antes, encima las cosas en el campo sale bien, pues ayuda mucho más.
Rangers returned from the international break and travelled east to Scotland's capital. Andy Fye made his debut at Tynecastle as Walter Smith's team succumbed to a first defeat of the season.
There is Kisanevicius. Cuela, only as far as Andy Driver. What a good strike that is! Hardsley, a magnificent goal from Andy Driver. Beautifully taken, hit with precision. Hearts 1, Rangers 0. McGregor, pressurised by Tal, gets it away, helped away by Fye. Zaliukas, Tal. 2-0. And the 100% record in serious danger now. Also, the unbeaten record. A looping shot from Tal doubles Hardsley.
Well, this really is developing into the first real test for Rangers this season. Tal, it's opportune. He toe pokes it.
And towards Kuzan. Dangerous long throw. Whittaker couldn't get there. Papac for Ferguson. Penalty. Challenged by Robbie Nielsen, and Barry Ferguson wins a penalty 2 minutes after coming on. Daniel Kuzan to pull one back for Rangers, which he does. Only scored 4 goals last season. He's already got 4 this season for Rangers. The deficit halved in the very early knockings of the second half. Here's Zaliukas. Kingston. Just too high for Nade. Ivaskevicius. Penalty. Foul by Hutton. And Hearts have their turn from the spot now. And Hearts restore their 2-goal cushion. They lead Rangers by 3 goals to 1.
Well, it was high pressure, but it was absolutely clinical.
Zaliukas. Nade. Ivaskevicius. There's the brilliantly and squeeze it under McGregor. Hearts are in dreamland.
Ivaskevicius got so much to do, but look how quickly he does it.
Ferguson. Wide by Kingston. No handball against Thompson. Dashville. Beasley. That's one back.
Well, you should see Steve Banks berating Kingston for not getting back in, not tucking in, and that isolates Nielsen. And that's a great finish from Beasley.
The Champions League began in earnest, with Rangers needing to bounce back from defeat. The champions of Germany were the first visitors to Ibrox on match day 1.
It's just amazing. It's not kind of really sunk in that I'm going to be playing in the best kind of club tournament in the world. And just to be involved with the squad will be great. If I get a chance, then I'll just need to show the manager that I can do it at that level.
It's a brilliant feeling to be there, to know I'm going to play hopefully against some of the best players in the world and things. So it's obviously a great experience for myself and all the other boys. So like I said, really looking forward to it and being part of it this year.
To play against these teams are, a dream for myself, and I think a lot of the boys will be looking forward to them. You're testing yourself against the best players in the world. To go to the new camp and play in front of 100,000 people, it's unbelievable, and I think the excitement and the changing room, we're all looking forward to that.
I think it's every footballer's dream is playing the Champions League, and for a lot of our players, to be a first time for them. But I think we're all excited about it, and we're ready to go.
The feel-good start to the season continued against Jimmy Calderwood's Aberdeen at Ibrox.
A difficult game, as you say, but it's a home game, and sometimes they're the best ones, you know, when it's the bigger ones to come back to as well.
It'll be no different for any other. It'll be a hard game. Playing at Ibrox, so hopefully we'll have the crowd behind us, and hopefully confidence will be high, and we'll get the result.
We done well against Aberdeen last year in the Hall, and I think it was just a case of, Aberdeen had everything to play for, and they were really pumped up towards the end. We'd achieved our aim, and we're not saying it's acceptable, but it was just the way it worked out. But I wouldn't, it's a new season, you know, and we want to win the game like we want to win every game.
They always seem to raise it a wee bit when they're playing against us, so it's going to be tough for us, we know that. But like I'm saying, I'm hoping that we've got the strength and stuff in the squad, and whoever plays it, they'll be able to do the job.
Well, it's been a feature of Rangers in this start of the season to play much better in the second half than they have in the first. It remains to be seen whether that will be the case or not. There's McCullough. Wow, what a great goal! A magnificent shot by McCullough. That was superb, one of the best goals I'm sure he's ever scored, and certainly the best for Rangers. Near post one, not effective. Here's Cousin. Ferguson again, a better ball in. Quella was up there. Here's Whittaker. He'll let fly. The very best of Jamie Langfield there. That was bound for the net. Here's Hutton. Oh, Papach. There's a very good run forward. Naismith is with it now. Lovely play by Naismith. He's trying to go, and he's scored a beautiful goal. That is typical Stephen Naismith. We were waiting for that characteristic burst into the penalty area. It's been a long time coming. In almost the 20th minute of the second half, such a typical Naismith goal. Naismith again. Yes, I think that is a bad one. You really had to challenge him. You cannot blame Zander Diamond for going in there. I don't think there's anything malicious in it, but it's certainly a yellow card. On comes Boyd for the last 7 minutes. Boyd. Ferguson. Beautiful little ball there. Boyd! Took that beautifully. He's only been on the field 3 minutes and he gets another goal. Not the easiest of balls to take. The ball going across his body, and he has to find that little space between the far post and the goalkeeper, and he achieves it with aplomb. And it comes Sebren with it, the post. Great free kick.
There were 4 trophies up for grabs at the start of the season. The quest for the CIS Insurance Cup began against East Fife at Dunfermline's East End Park.
Well, Novo lets fly! And a fabulous goal! Some pressure. Oh, and Blackadder with the shot. Oh!
his cunning plan almost paid off. Simon Gow. And a break here for Broadfoot. Kirk Broadfoot getting involved. I think Chris Boyd was overly happy.
Please return to his vehicle and move it immediately. That's James.
Boyd looking to get there, Broadfoot. Oh, and it's smuggled in the end. Willie McCulloch couldn't keep it out. And Chris Boyd reaches the 50 mark in a Rangers shirt.
That's a goal for Rangers, scored by number 9, Chris Boyd.
Gow. It's another promising run. This is Novo. Oh, and McCulloch just about got it away. Good work from Gow initially. And Nacho Novo taking it on. Looking to add to his account tonight. McCulloch turning it away. Still game for the battle here, East Fife. It's a dangerous ball in. And he'll fall for Gordon here. That was nicely taken down. Well, Cuellar and Broadfoot going for the same ball, and it fell nicely for Gordon. And Chris Boyd and Ugo Ehiog arriving in the end. Came at it together. I think it was Boyd who got the touch. Whittaker winning the battle. Burst through the challenges. It's a fine run. And he'll get it back, Whittaker. Well, promising stuff from Whittaker on that side. And Cuellar got up, and it's 3. Well, I'm not sure how he guided it in, but he guided it in. Off his midriff, let's say. Ehiog. Oh, Gow, he's done well. Oh, and down goes Buffel. And it will be a penalty. And Boyd scores. A 4th goal for Rangers, the 2nd on a milestone night for Chris Boyd. Charlie Adam. This is Fight. Oh, this is a wonderful run from Burke. Deserved better, really. What a great run that was. Terrific stuff. And Araya at the target at the end. Well, comfortable cruise for Rangers into the quarter-finals.
Chris Boyd's brace in the Kingdom of Fife took him past the 50 mark in a Rangers shirt, 627 days after his debut, making him the 2nd fastest to a half-century behind 60s hitman Jim Forrest. Mark McGee's Motherwell ensured that no one would have an easy time of it at Fir Park this season.
Good ball forward, Porter! They've done it consistently this season, and now they've taken the lead against the old firm. Motherwell 1, Rangers 0. He
can see he's not offside. It's a great run from a wide right position. He comes right across the defensive back four of Rangers and he times his run so well. What a lovely ball through as well. And then once he faces McGregor, this is a real striker. Composure, he keeps it low and he picks his spot.
Walter Smith back in the stand now. Lofty vantage point. Cragen did well to deal with an awkward bounce. Ferguson though finds Naismith. McCulloch. Beasley making his way forward, so too Chris Boy. Smith comes out and he's missed the target again. Beasley's got round the back of Quinn. Oh, he's done brilliantly, Beasley. Penalty. Pushed by Lasley. And it's a penalty to Rangers.
A definite 10 because Lasley did very well. He got back in and he helped out his full-back. But then when Beasley finds his way through the middle of them, just a little tug here and it's right in front of the referee.
Chris Boyd against former Rangers goalkeeper Graham Smith. 1-1, never in doubt. Crisp, emphatic finish from Boyd.
It's low and it's hard. It sends the goalkeeper the wrong way, but just through sheer pace, there's no stopping that one.
The draw at Fir Park meant that Celtic had stolen the lead at the top of the Clydesdale Bank Premier League on goal difference. Hibs were also up with the big boys ahead of their visit to Ibrox the following weekend. The first away test in the Champions League was exactly that, as Rangers faced 6 times French champions Lyon.
We got a great start to the Champions League, but the game on Tuesday brings a new task. We're away from home, and said if we can nick anything from over there, it'll be a bonus. And said, but we'll go there with confidence, and hopefully we can get something.
They're a good team, of course they're a good team. He said, but there are one or two things, that they weren't just as comfortable with as they would probably have liked. So there are one or two avenues that we can get down the European game.
We've lost a few players, but I said you see the clubs that the players have went to, they're all massive, and they've obviously brought in more players themselves. So I said that there'll be a new team as well, but I'm sure there'll still be with a middle of force.
The section at this moment in time, you'd have to say Lyon. There's more pressure on Lyon to win the game as there is probably on Stuttgart to get something against Barcelona. When you have the real bonus, and it is a real bonus of winning your first game. You can't sit back obviously, but it puts a little bit more pressure on the teams that haven't won any games. They've had a great side the last 4 or 5 years. Speaking to Darsh as well, I mean Darsh says, Darsh a bit like you, and he says their opinion, he says they're a great side but not just as good as they were in previous years, and that might be the case, but make no mistake about it, in previous years they were a great side.
We want to go and pick something up across there, and so if you can go on 4 or even 6 points, it'd be even better from your opening 2 games. It's spelled back a great start to the campaign.
It is a glorious night in Europe for Rangers Football Club. They have trashed the French champions in their own backyard. A 3-0 victory for Walter Smith's team, but more than that, a really hard-working performance in which they gave their all. McCulloch, Kuzan and Beasley get the credit as the goal scorers on another night of glory for Scotland in France. Bring on Barcelona. Lyon 0, Rangers 3.
The boys worked ever so hard, and we got the chances and took them, and we managed to keep them at bay. So 3-0, I mean, it's a great result to come here and get that type of result.
Did you think in your wildest of dreams you could have got that result beforehand?
I think we had to come here with confidence. I mean, we're playing quite well this year. We've not dropped too much points in the league. Another Champions League game, we managed to win that 2-1. So I mean, we came here with confidence and believed that we could get a result.
So we're absolutely delighted that we managed to achieve that. I don't think when we set out in the section, we could have hoped to win in such emphatic manner. If we came away from home, I thought a draw would have given us, something special. But to win like that was fantastic.
2 2 wins out of 2 in the Champions League, but after the celebrations came the hangover, as in form Hibernian inflicted the first home defeat of the season.
Whittaker on the outside, can he get that ball over? He does, it's a decent one, and the goalkeeper does. Adam now with it, and he puts it away. Not the best afternoon for him. Nice little chip across there by Whittaker, very inviting. Well, you can see what he was trying to do, put it away in that far corner. Good goalkeeping. And it goes, it's in! Murphy! Hebs a 1-up. Well, I expected Jones to get it from a ball like that, but it was a full-back who got it, who goes across to delirious supporters.
Celtic games are always special, you know, there's no doubt about that. There's an atmosphere unto themselves, and you know, everybody's got high expectations, and everybody, you know, wants to beat your rival. So that is a special game and one we're looking forward to. And with the league being as tight as it is, that obviously adds a bit to it.
Yeah, they're massive games, and you know, it's something you look forward to when the fixtures come out. And you know, as I say, we know it's going to be difficult, but the most important thing is we win the game, and hopefully we can do that on the day.
It makes the games that much more special, and just a wee bit of added pressure on it that it probably will come down to the 4 games between us. So no team will be taking it lightly as usual, and I'd imagine a great game. We've had some good games recently against Celtic. A lot of the boys done really well. We showed a good fighting spirit, and I'm just hoping that we can take that into our upcoming game against them and hopefully do the business.
It was one of the things that was sort of playing in my mind, that I hadn't scored against Celtic. I played maybe a couple of games and a couple of chances, but on that day I thought we were unbelievable. And you know, apart from, you know, come January, from the start of the season to January, we never played, and from January onwards we were unbelievable. So you know, it was a great feeling to win the game, and you know, hopefully come Saturday the game will be the same outcome.
Yeah, the last few games have been decent score-wise for us, but I think always the first Old Firm game of the season is always important to get off to a running start, and I'm sure the guys will take note of that, and hopefully we can get the right result.
Ferguson has a little bit of room. That could be ominous for Celtic. Alan Hutton fell over, got back up, and that's a wicked cross! And it's in from Nacho Novo! And Rangers strike first on Derby Day in Glasgow.
Ferguson picked the ball up in a great area with tons of space, and he eventually fed the ball to Hutton. Look, he gets up, Hutton, he slips. One thing on his mind, get that ball in the box. O'Dea doesn't go and attack it, Caldwell lets it go, and Novo, well, he's the one who puts his head on the end of it.
Jarosik now, oh, terrific try! And a fine save from McGregor, because that came at him at some force.
Just shows you what he is capable of doing, Jarosik. It's a great strike, fully 30 yards out.
Naylor, it's away by Charlie Adam. Kuzan, horrible clash with McManus, and both in need of treatment.
Well, that doesn't look good. Both players went down very quickly and stayed down. Oh.
Sadly, Steve McManus is stretchered off. Evander Snow. Caldwell now playing a right back. Oh, it's going to drop here for Jarosik! What a fantastic block from Alan Hutton to put him off.
Well, I still think that's a real chance. I'm not sure how close Hutton gets. The ball comes in. Eventually drops to Jarosik. He sees it coming from a long way off.
Snow. Nakamura caught out by the always lively Novo. Kuzan forced a little wide. Novo! Ferguson was in there as well, but it didn't reach him. Hutton. Typical of the way he's playing at the moment. Kuzan takes over. Caldwell clears. Only as far as McCulloch. It's in! Rangers are 2 up. Ferguson in the thick of it.
It's a nice ball in actually from Kuzan into a dangerous area. Doesn't get clear well enough. It just drops for Ferguson. He turns and it's instinctive. He gets a bit lucky when it drops, but just look how aware he is of where that ball is. And he nips in between the 2 young centre halves.
Ferguson. Oh, Barry Ferguson leading this charge. Kuzan. Handball shout, nothing doing.
The Rangers fans thought this was a pen. Kuzan on the left hand side, playing it in. You can see there, the arm is up.
Brown. And Donati wasn't picked up. And McGregor with a fine save.
Well, again, it's the 3rd time in the second half. Rangers switching off. Donati's run not picked up.
Adam. Still has it. Oh, Charlie Adam goes down, penalty! The Van der Snows challenge, penalty for Rangers, and a chance to well and truly finish off Celtic.
That was just fantastic play from Charlie Adam. You see, it's that little change in the body angle. Catches Snow, it's a tired tackle, he's just stretching his leg out, no doubt at all.
It is Nacho Novo. It is 3-0. Novo, a man for the occasion, and this is one mighty occasion.
Well, it's a well-taken pen. Boris goes the wrong way. No doubt about that one. Novo keeps it low, hits it hard.
Hutton's long throw. Beasley! Great save! Offside! Not going to count for Lee McCulloch, who would have loved to score, having grown up supporting Rangers.
Beasley hits it well and it just drops to McCulloch in offside position.
I thought we were different class today. The gaffer stressed before the game that we had to go out and show the fighting spirit, which we done at the start of the season, but the last couple of league games have been disappointing for us. But I thought the guys showed that today. I thought everyone was outstanding, and the fight and determination was awesome.
1 or 2 surprises in the team selection, particularly Nacho Nova, but I think he proved his point.
Yeah, Nacho's been left out on a number of occasions, but we've got a big squad here. But the wee man came in and it was different class today. You always, you know what you get for Nacho. He always gives 110%, and he got his rewards and got a great goal.
We started the game very well, and then we knew that Celtic would have spells in the game that they would come back at us, and they did. And you know, they had a couple of opportunities, but we stuck it out and we defended really well. And you know, we managed to get the goal. And you know, as I say, it was a great first half, and then second half we sort of slipped up a wee bit. We were stuttered, but the most important thing is in the end we get the result.
It's rare that an Old Firm match isn't the biggest challenge of the week, but that was certainly the case here. Ronaldinho, Messi and Henry were in town as Frank Rijkaard's Barcelona arrived at Ibrox looking for points on match day 3 of the Champions League. The 2 teams were locked level at the top of the group, to Ali McCoist's delight.
I'd have to say I'm pleasantly surprised, yeah. It's right at the start we all knew what a tough group it was going to be involving the French champions, the German champions and of course Barcelona. But the fact of the matter is we're there, and we're there in merit. After 2 wonderful performances against Stuttgart, Ibrox and of course Lyon away, you know, we've made a few people sit up and take notice, and we can now go out. And one thing we've got to do in choosing it against Barcelona, we've got to go and enjoy the game.
mean, it's a fantastic opportunity for the players and the fans alike to see the best players in the world come to Ibrox. So if we don't enjoy it, that would be a real shame. And one of the best ways of enjoying it is going out working hard and playing well.
I suppose even the likes of you guys and the more experienced players in the team, Davy Weir and Barry, they can learn guys in Barcelona side.
Absolutely. You look at that Barcelona team and basically it's just filled with superstars, absolute genuine superstars. So if you can't go out and enjoy it, and because we spoke about it 100 times, these are the games as a professional footballer you want to play in. You want to pit your wits against the best, in your profession, and these guys are the best.
With the 6 points in the bag, is anything from the Barcelona game maybe a bonus?
I would say so, yeah. I would take anything you offer me and I'd grab your hand off. But we'll go out, as we said earlier, full of confidence and full of desire and belief in each other, because that was the one thing that came through on Saturday. We had a real belief and a willingness and a desire on Saturday to work hard and do well for each other. And I thought that was very, very evident.
Desire and belief, as you say, and there's no fear in the likes of guys like Charlie Adam, Alan McGregor, Alan Hutton, all young guys that have come through the youth system.
Exactly, that's the one thing about the youth, it's younger you are, you don't have fear. You don't know what fear is really. You gain fear with experience. I know it sounds crazy, but you do. You do have a healthy respect when you come in, hopefully, as a youngster, but fear isn't something you necessarily know an awful lot about. And we've got a lot of young players on our side who are playing at this moment in time very, very well, and they're working hard for each other. And I don't think they'll fear Barcelona. I would hope not. I'd be really, really disappointed if they feared Barcelona. I would obviously hope they have a healthy respect for them, which they will have. But once the first whistle goes, it's just another 11 players.
Will Barry be okay? I noticed he had a thigh problem at the weekend. You would have noticed that in his play. He was outstanding in the second half.
He'll be okay. If I've got to go out and rub that thigh myself, he'll be okay for Tuesday night, believe me.
I think the boys worked ever so hard. All the credit to the players. I think the desire and the attitude was second to none. We certainly carried off from where we left off on Saturday. The hunger, the desire. I think there's a change of fully winners in there, and I think we got what we deserved.
A hard shift in the first half, but you came into it in the second and probably had the better of the chances.
It was a hard shift all round, first half, second half. The 2 minutes at the end it felt like 22 minutes. It was ever so hard, but yeah, we had our chances. We tried to play when we could. People, always say that they're a fantastic team with the ball, but they certainly work hard without it as well, and they make it difficult for us when we were getting on the ball. But as I say, we worked ever so hard, got a result, and we're over the moon.
It's a great achievement for us as players, as a club, and as the management team to have 7 points after 3 games.
Maybe a few nerves at the start, but as the game went on, Rangers grew into it and you looked a more likely team to score in the second half.
Yeah, we did, and our game plan was to frustrate them, and we've done that. And as I say, they've got quality players all around the park, and that's the thing we had to do, was frustrate them. We've done that, and a point I think was a fair result.
I was expecting to be a wee bit busier, but everything I've done was fine, nothing too drastic. So that a lot of credit goes to the boys in front of me.
I don't think we were once in real danger. But I also don't think we put a lot of danger also on the Glasgow Rangers net. A couple of times, at times we played some great stuff, but I do think, at the end of the day, the point is a good point for the both, especially for us away from home. We had a tough game in the league at Villarreal, so to come again straight after that to play away, it's never an easy task, I'm telling you. But I think, now we have 2 games at home, and hopefully we can finish the job and qualify.
Dundee United under Craig Levein had made an excellent start to the new season, influencing things at the top of the table. They proved their worth in a feisty clash at Tannadice.
Another Willow Flood free kick. Wilkie! This time they have found Lee Wilkie, and it's Dundee United that strike first. And then Papac brought down. Ferguson taking the free kick quickly. Hutton, nice first touch from Alan Hutton. Beasley, and still DeMarcus Beasley, that's a penalty.
You run that risk when you're a player like Beasley in the box. He's lining up to shoot. As soon as contact's made, he goes down.
Daniel Cousin sends McLean the wrong way. Kuzan, the first visiting player to score here in the SPL this season, and that makes it 1-1. So Dundee United have it all to do again. And it's a penalty at the other end. Jordan Robertson having his shirt pulled, and Dougie McDonald has given a spot kick at either end in the space of 2 minutes.
It really is. Poor defending from Quayle. You don't often see that. He's handed this game back to Dundee United if Robson can take advantage.
A chance he's taken with aplomb, and Dundee United lead again by 2 goals to 1.
Novo with the corner. There's a header, roof of the net. David Weir, he doesn't score many, but he certainly lost his marker. Novo's ball is just into the mix. Weir at the edge of the 6-yard box. Just can't direct it downwards. Too much one-way traffic. In the mix again. Boyd's there. Novo! Well, Rangers do open the scoring. 22 minutes on the clock. Rangers get the reward for the power play, keeping Motherwell on the back foot. Lee McCulloch enjoyed it. Ferguson's long throw catches the home defence napping. McCulloch gets between the defenders. The presence of Boyd does enough, and then the loose ball breaks to Nacho Novo, and they scored in the last round against East Fife. Now Rangers still with the most slender of leads. Touch from Novo. There's Boyd. Well, you leave this man out at your peril, because Boyd, in 53 minutes tonight, back in the side. The choice of Novo and Boyd as a strike partnership pays the dividend. The long ball from McGregor, touch on McCulloch. Novo just knows where his strike partner is, and Chris Boyd, the coolest head in Fir Park, strokes the ball beyond Smith. Look at the desire of Novo, and Boyd all the time giving himself the angle. Surely Rangers now have booked their place in the CIS Cup semi-finals. Motherwell looking for a late consolation, spilled by McGregor, forced over the goal line. Paul Quinn's in there. 91 minutes on the clock. Quinn's grabbed the ball. Rangers looking for a decision, perhaps from the referee, that Alan McGregor had been impeded. He did look to have dropped the ball. McCormick the delivery. There's pressure from Porter. It's in the back of the net anyway. Too little, too late.
European and Cup success was the story of October, but league results had proved frustrating. Defeats at Tannadice and at home to Hibs had allowed Celtic to go 3 points clear at the top. Dundee United and Hibs were in touch too. Into November and a return to winning ways in the SPL against Califas.
Off we go in the game to a background in which Rangers realised they can afford no more slips in the league. 2 league wins in 6. It's not title-winning form. There's still a lot to prove. However well they've been doing in Europe, and that is a free kick. Within 15 seconds. Played down, and it goes. Here's Boyd with a chance. He's done it. No, he wanted that badly, Boyd. He's been a real bone of contention amongst the Rangers support in his relationship with his side, being picked very sparingly. And this is the reason why many of the support like to see this man leading the line. Just got away with that. Kapat. Beautiful ball inside, Beasley. Another corner kick, Rangers really putting the pressure on now. Another very poor corner kick all the same. Ferguson. Hutton. Darkaville goes in, it's across Dickinson! Weller! Number 2 for Rangers, the fast defender, coming in on the end of that. I think he may have been trying to play that across the face of the goal, and indeed Darkaville was coming in behind it and would have put it in. It goes in. It's Quella's goal.
Rangers were unbeaten in 7 European games as the squad made the trip to the scene of the club's greatest glory, the Nou Camp. The entire squad that captured the Cup Winners' Cup there in 1972 made the journey hoping Walter Smith's side could produce another historic result.
Oh, it's good to be back, yeah. We're better when we see the stadium. I haven't been back to the stadium since we played there. I've been back to Barcelona, but I've never went to the stadium.
Does it feel like 35 years since that night?
Not really, no. It just seems like yesterday.
How much are you looking forward to sharing some memories and some good times with the squad from 1972?
Well, we've already done that quite often, but
Sure.
it'll be the first time we've been all back together in Barcelona.
From the airport to the stadium, the players recounted some of their tales from the past before emerging from the tunnel to the scene of the club's greatest ever triumph.
I don't think there's much changed. I think the seats are exactly the same. The only bit that's changed is the director's box and the corporate places where they sit. You know, it's all luxury seats, but the rest are exactly the same. You know, there was 35,000 people in this stadium in 1972. There'll be nearer 100,000 tomorrow night, and the excitement is going to be great. The atmosphere is going to be magnificent. But if you're a footballer, this is where you want to play.
It's nice to go away in Europe, but to go to Barcelona where we won the Cup Winners' Cup in 1972. So a lot of great memories.
Does it feel like 35 years, Sandy?
No, it doesn't. It's amazing how time flies, you know, when you think of it, 35 years. But memories are still fresh, and to be honest, the memories come flooding back, particularly when you start to read things. And I'm no doubt when we get to the stadium, then a lot of the other things will happen as well. It's a fantastic stadium. It's one of the biggest stadiums in the world as well, playing against a team quality, Barcelona. So I think the big thing is that, as I say, there's no pressure on the players. Players want to go out and do the club proud, but enjoy it as well.
Rangers' sternest critic after the game in Glasgow puts them...
It was perfect. The technique, trying to go across the keeper.
Rangers were still second in the Group E table, but Lyon's victory over Stuttgart reduced the gap to a single point. The SPL race resumed, Walter Smith's men determined to up the pressure on Celtic with a win at Falkirk.
Darshville nearly got in a moment ago, but Darren Barr stopped it. He is in now, Darshville, and it's whipped across. Stephen Thompson nearly with an OG. It hasn't crossed the line, it hasn't been given, and Krul reacted well to stop his teammate scoring. So Marcus Beasley takes it, Carlos Cuéllar! Rangers have the lead, Cuéllar! And he makes a significant contribution with a rare first half goal for Rangers in the SPL this season. Weir. McCulloch is allowed to continue. Afies felt he was fouled, and it's turned in by Jean-Claude Darshville. And Rangers have a 2-0 lead. They're in the comfort zone.
You can see it now. The ball just dinked over the top. I think Afies just slips there. There's hardly any contact, and McCulloch does so well. And Darshville, very easy tap in.
Big chance here if Moutinho can force it in. He can. Pedro Moutinho comes off the bench to give Falkirk hope.
A simple ball played in. It's initially one, and I tell you what, it's well finished. He's still got a lot to do in there.
Naismith. He could settle the issue once and for all, and it's Chris Boyd who turns it in, and he continues his happy habit of always scoring against Falkirk. So frustrated of late, Chris Boyd on the score sheet.
Well, I said I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm not. Great play from Naismith. He asked for it very quickly from McGregor, Barry Ferguson almost got on the end of it, but you know, it was inevitable. At the back post, it would be a tap in for Chris Boyd. Such a fantastic record as well against Falkirk.
After a Champions League disappointment in Barcelona, it was Stuttgart next. The Germans were without a point. A win in the Gottlieb Daimler Stadium would more or less guarantee Rangers' place in the knockout phase.
I think they've been playing well in the league, beat Munich and all that, so it'll be very difficult tomorrow.
Yeah, is it a different Stuttgart you're going to play tomorrow night than you maybe faced a few weeks ago?
I think it will be. Obviously, the crowd at Ibrox helps us. After we went 1-0 down, we pushed the game a wee bit and managed to win it, but I think it'll be a different game tomorrow.
We know that the results can affect the qualification part of it, but we have two opportunities, so we have one tomorrow night, and regardless of what happens then, we have one in a few weeks' time against Lyon, so that's a good position for us to be in. So, you know, we'll just pay attention to our own game and see what happens elsewhere.
It's going to be all down to the last day of the group phase for Rangers. Walter Smith's side face a nail-biting night at Ibrox in a decisive match against Lyon when a draw will be good enough. 3-2 to Stuttgart, the final score here.
Very disappointing. I thought, you know, a game we could have won, but conceding 3 goals, then it's unlikely we're going to win again.
Pushing up towards the end of the match, you think that maybe created a few gaps towards the end?
Possibly, but I mean, I think they were doing the same, so it was a wide open game. You know, both teams were trying to win it, and it was disappointing to lose. You know, it was a game, like I said, we could have gone and won, and it would have been nice to, you know, finish it off tonight.
The defeat was a blow, but not a terminal one. A draw at home to Lyon would ensure a place in the last 16 of the Champions League. Domestically, Celtic held the advantage at the top of the Clydesdale Bank Premier League, having opened up a 3-point gap after 13 matches apiece. As December began, Rangers were heartened by a Celtic slip-up at Hearts. A win at home to Kilmarnock would narrow the gap at the top to a single point, with Stephen Naismith renewing old acquaintances.
How good a club was Kilmarnock to start life as a professional footballer?
It was great for me, and I think it's been great for a lot of our young Scots, as shown in the past. They give you a chance, and I think I played over 100 games for them, and I left when I was only 21, so it was great.
Isn't it funny how Chris Boyd's made such a habit of scoring against Kilmarnock since he left? They must hate to see the sight of him.
Well, I think any defence would hate to see the sight of the big man. He's scoring records second to none, and especially against Kilmarnock.
Would you relish the opportunity to face them this weekend?
I think it would be a strange experience, but one I would like to have, and hopefully I could do well for Rangers and score a few goals.
Long penetrating run, here's Darcheville going, Darcheville still in there, and he's done it! At first it seemed as if this was going to be picked up and easily defended, but look, his persistence, and that was a very well taken shot from a very difficult angle. Thompson just getting in now, Charlie Adam. Naismith. Not a bad ball by Naismith. Oh, the glorious goal! Stephen Whittaker. Now what a morale boost for this player who hasn't really settled at Ibrox. But he's always been renowned for a man who can pick up a goal like this. Beautiful play, lovely play there by Naismith. Onto his favourite foot, and Rangers are 2 up.
Despite the goal and the win, it was a bittersweet afternoon for Jean-Claude Darcheville. The Frenchman picked up a hamstring injury and would be struggling to start the match.
It's going to be so hard. They're deadly for anywhere, any free kicks anywhere in your own half.
I think they've got, you know, a few individual players who, you know, I think if Juninho and Benzema, I think they're the 2 attacking players that we need to be aware of.
probably can't give any free kicks round about the box for Juninho. His delivery's got that much quality in it, so they're things that we all know that, and hopefully we can do it on the night.
Start well, first 10 minutes again is so important. So as long as we get the fans behind us, I think we'll go right.
They've got to come at us and obviously try and get the win. We've obviously got that wee bonus that we know a draw's good enough to take us through the last 16.
Yeah, we'll have to be on top of our game. There's no doubt about it. I mean, they're a quality side, and but we can take confidence from the first game, and hopefully we can come out on top.
Over there, I think we stunned them a bit. We got an early goal, and we fought really hard and done really well throughout the 90 minutes. They'll know what to expect this time round, even though it's at home. We've got some quality players, as everybody knows, and it's going to be a tough challenge for us.
Trying to slip in Benzema, and goes against him. Oh, Gover's on the scene, and Lyon have their goal.
I think the game actually mirrored the game in Lyon, where we scored in the first half, frustrated Lyon for periods of the game, and then managed to get a couple of goals in the second half on a break. That's what happened to us tonight. Well, slightly different in terms of the timing. That was the most disappointing aspect from our own point of view. I felt we started very well, then lost our way a little bit after we lost the goal, and then we had a situation where second half of the game we dominated territorially. We didn't create that many clear-cut chances, but then we're getting to the stage of the game where we're having to push. We brought on John Claude, and they had one cleared off the line at one end, and then we went up and had our best opportunity of the match, which unfortunately hit the bar. If we'd got that one back, obviously we're in control of the game then. But it shows you how tight the Champions League is. But the most disappointing aspect was the second goal. I mean, losing the second goal was a bad one for us. Just at a period of time, 8 to 10 minutes to go, we have a situation where we can apply a bit more pressure on Lyon, and you never know what might have happened then. So disappointing in the timing of the goals and the manner of the second one especially.
Lyon's victory ensured a place for them in the last 16 at the expense of Rangers. The consolation prize was a second crack at Europe in the UEFA Cup. Walter Smith and Co would now have to make the most of that. There was also a need to make the most of a clear run at the SPL over the next 2 months. With no European distractions, it was time to up the pressure on Celtic, starting with a home game against Stephen Frail's Hearts.
Picked up here by Charlie Adam, he's still there, and that's off the bar! What a curve there was in that, and it just passed, but I think the flag is up for offside. Look at the way the ball swerved away, picked up very well by Charlie Adam. He hits it with the outside of the foot, it curls, and the goalkeeper didn't know, he just had to follow it round there. Charlie Adam, that's a decent enough ball, can it be flicked on? There it is, it's in! McCulloch is open to scoring. Beautifully struck by McCulloch, following up that long direct ball, which I thought the Hearts defence would clear. Beautiful ball sent forward, and then sweeping it in. Rangers are in the lead after 17 minutes. 1-0. Placing it in, it's in! Hearts have equalised. Goal scorer there, Velishka. Right in behind the Ibrox defence. Which is he going to try? Hutton, and just over the bar again as the goalkeeper puts it in. Rangers have scored. The goalkeeper booked. Charlie Adam will take the credit for it, but look at that disconsolate figure there. A bizarre finish. Hutton puts it in, it goes up in the air, and I think McCulloch was behind it initially. Just watch this. Scooped up in the air by McCulloch, so it's McCulloch who takes the credit for it. Brilliant play here by Darcheville. Still going, Darcheville. Away he goes, great ball in. Appeals for a penalty. Here's Barry Ferguson and he puts it past. What a miss by Ferguson. And laid back, beautifully laid back. And that was half-hearted.
Jimmy Calderwood's Aberdeen were enjoying a European adventure of their own this year. As always, the long journey to Pittodrie was a daunting one, and any result would be hard-earned.
Good ball as well, the run in from McCulloch, and it's 1-0. Charlie Adam making his way forward after McCulloch had got him behind Considine, and Rangers lead inside half an hour.
Well, it's a fantastic goal. Just look, yet again, that channel, right in behind, but it's all about the timing of McCulloch's run. Fantastic, he delayed it. Great ball from Hutton, and that's a perfect pass. Across goal, Langfield can't come, the defence can't get there either, but Charlie Adam can.
Aberdeen's second corner, better than the first. McGregor came a long way to meet it. Rangers temporarily down to 9 men while Thompson awaits permission to come back on. Diamond's ball in. Byrne, and the header is in. Aberdeen equalise. Lee Miller, right at the end of stoppage time at the end of the first half. Boyd was waiting, and it was so nearly sliced into his own net by Xander Diamond.
Well, Naismith's been magnificent in this game.
Quinn, Hughes. Rangers getting players behind the ball. Good tackle there by Weir. He's played it out very well, McGarry. A decent ball and great save. Well, here's the pressure going on here as McCormack comes in. Very good ball by McGarry. And the goalkeeper in the right position, and an instinctive save. The best chance of the game so far. Better ball played forward there. Naismith to Cousin. Barry Ferguson. Here's Buck with a chance! Brilliantly saved. Rangers' best effort of the game so far was 7 minutes to go to half-time. They haven't really tested Graham Smith until this moment here, when he tried to loop it away past the keeper. Excellent save. That's it, yes! Well, talk about taking the words out of your mouth. How close was that from Quella? Watch it again. As this comes across, in comes Quella, the bullet header, and just kept off the line. 2 chances in the space of a minute for Rangers, not quite coming off. I thought that was in the back of the net. Barry Ferguson. That's good play by Rangers. Thompson. Now back. Thompson. Just over the bar and flicked away. Rangers really putting the pressure on now. Whittaker goes. There's a shot, brilliantly done by Cousin. The goal was on the cards, and the big Frenchman took that very cleanly indeed. Rangers are 1-up. Well, in the past 5 minutes, they had 3 great opportunities to get that goal. And the third one counted. Good ball in by Whittaker and taken sweetly, clinically by the Frenchman. passing not good enough. There's McCormack with his pace beating Rangers again. Great save. Well, they sucked the Rangers defence in midfield, and then beautiful parting of the ball here, and he left Rangers defenders trailing, but a very good save. On the bench, the ball just in the back of the net. Paul Quinn, the defender, gets the thoroughly deserved equaliser. The ball missed at the near post. Now as that ball comes across here, it was on Charlie Adams' right side, his weakest side. He didn't get a touch to it. And Motherwell are back in business. Thompson. Neatly to Buffel. Here's Buck. Could be there. Oh, it's off the crossbar. Cousin appreciates that kind of cross. And it goes again, it's in! Barry Ferguson got the touch, I think. Several players into it, including Quellard. Let's see this again. And it goes. Several defenders going for it, but the final touch is Porter. And it goes. Buck. And it's in. Boyd's done it.
A familiar face enlivened the Christmas training schedule, with Rino Gattuso returning to Glasgow on a family visit.
You look like you're having some fun on the training ground with Ali McCoist and Barry Ferguson. How good was it to see these guys again?
Coach is the same. Barry is captain, big player, international player. You know, it's very happy. Stay 2 days for all the friends. You know, play together 1 year and a half. It's fantastic sensations.
And how important is the return of Walter Smith and Ali McCoist to the club?
You see the result, you know. See the dressing room. It's changed everything, you know. It's now the players enjoy, you know. Go at the top of the league, you know. It's because it's Gaffer, Walter is big man, old man for big respect for this club, you know. He's a legend for this club.
Was it strange having Ali McCoist as a manager out in the training field instead of a teammate?
Yes, for me it's strange. It's now Ali is 44, 45 years, no, 42. I don't remember.
45.
45, you know. It's funny person, you know. He's very clever, this man. I like Ali because he's a very clever man.
So what the fans want to know, Rino, is when will you come back here?
No, I Rangers man, you know. It's no problem for me. Celtic supporters not like me, or no problem.
So one day you'll come back here to Rangers.
It's maybe winner the league or winner the moral the field, you know.
Back to the action and the final game of 2007 at Easter Road.
Now Burke has got away from Chisholm. Chris Burke across, and it's in by Naismith. Rangers have an early lead.
Burke and Naismith, they come up with the first goal. They've really taken this game by the scruff of the neck, the two players.
Burke, and again, and it's Daniel Kuzan! Fantastic Fantastic finish! He rattled that in! Daniel Kuzan puts Rangers in the comfort zone.
Oh, this is just outstanding all round. Fantastic play from Rangers in the build-up, and then it arrives at Kuzan on his left side, and I thought he won't get as much power on this one as in the first half with his right, but look at it! Incredible strike.
Burke's corner, it's David Weir! Well, he struck it really, really well and really tested Makalambe.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit too straight. He set himself well, you know he's going to hit it. He gets on the half volley, but it's straight at Makalambe.
Stevenson, Shields, Zimama! Oh! Superb strike from Zimama!
A great finish. It's the first time a ball's been played up and a knockdown has fallen at the feet of a front player. Doesn't take a touch, doesn't need to.
Rangers were within striking distance of Celtic with 2 games in hand. The title race certainly was nip and tuck, and plenty of excitement was sure to follow. With European action continuing into the new year, the season promised much at the halfway point. League form was improving, Celtic were within range, at least one domestic cup semi-final place was assured, and there was a growing feeling that 2008 would be a memorable year. Rangers began 2008 with confidence, with real hope that the SPL crown would be wrestled back from Celtic and the potential for cup success both home and abroad. But a dark cloud was hanging over Scottish football, united in grief at the shocking tragedy that befell Motherwell captain Phil O'Donnell, who collapsed during their match with Dundee United and later died. The traditional New Year Old Firm clash was postponed as a mark of respect. Rangers returned to action at home to Dundee United, knowing a win would see them go back to the top.
Here's Whittaker. Now Hutton again. Buck. Swings it in and Naismith scores! Beautiful goal, and suddenly after very close marking by that United defence, they left themselves almost wide open. Now just watch this. They had been very tight. Beautiful ball played in here. But he gets in front of the defender, and I'm sure Craig Levine, who was outstanding in that area himself, will lament the ease by which Naismith put that away. But beautifully taken. What can Bug do here? Still going forward, looking for a little bit of support, though he's hemmed in again. Still going, trying the shot and goal! Very good save. But he wormed his way into a shooting position very intelligently, got his little bit of freedom, and that's a very good save. Back again. Decent one in, just past Olsen! Barry Ferguson, for a moment I thought it was just going to trundle past the post, but Ferguson gets a touch. The linesman has his flag up. There's going to be a little consultation about that. And the goal's been awarded. That's a good ball, but can he get it over this time? Surely! Oh, Noble! It's a penalty. Watch it. There's the push. And there's the save. Boyd missing out, kicks the post in anguish. Here he goes to take it, and it's a good save.
I think every game now is a must-win match. Halfway through the season, top of the league with a game in hand. Obviously, want to make a bigger gap as possible in front of Celtic. So all the league games now are must-win games.
I'd rather be 4 ahead as 4 behind. So absolutely. I mean, all we can do at this moment in time, as I said, take each game as it comes, and try and win them. It's now we're getting to the business end of the season, and that's what we've got to do: win football matches.
I think this small game is important for win Premier League, and when we play good against this small team, and we take Premier League. That's a very important game against Gretna.
Gretna, David Ernst, he's done well with them. I mean, you can see they're not giving up the fight. They're out there trying to win games for them, and that's what we've got to be very careful with, that we don't approach it in the wrong manner, and if we go about it the right way, we should win the game.
They've got everything to fight for, down the bottom of the league. Obviously they want to stay in the league, and obviously at the start of the season as well, they gave Celtic a wee scare as well, so obviously it'll be a difficult game at Fir Park.
Chris Burke is away now. What a run this is from Burke! It almost deserved a finish. It almost deserved an end product.
It's a great strike as well, in the right place, across the goalkeeper, and that's how close it was.
Kuzan is in a bit of space. Nobody picked him up. Ferguson for Papac. Charlie Adam! Oh, that was heading in, it seemed, and it had Tony Cagg scrambling across to make a fine save. Naismith on, and Barry Ferguson! Brilliant! Right on the stroke of half-time. Deadlock broken, and in some style, a captain's contribution. Kuzan, Mdani, Barr, Jenkins, now Skelton. Skelton needs some assistance, and Kenny Chuka, he's made up for that miss in the first half. Gretna have levelled it less than a minute into the second half. Just the wrong side of Jenkins then by Chuka. Dashville, and Daniel Kuzan is in. Can he finish? Yes, he can. Panic over for Rangers. They are back in front against a stubborn Gretna team, and it's 3 goals in 4 games now for Daniel Kuzan.
The performances were not always sparkling, but the games and the wins were coming thick and fast. Up next was a trip north to Inverness.
You've got to play these teams, especially away from home. It's a cup final for them, and if you don't match what they give in terms of endeavour early on, then you can be in a right match. So it's important. We know what we need to do in these games away from home, and as long as we look after our own game, hopefully that will see us through the match.
The first game of the season, it was really bad, the wind and that up there, so I don't know what it'll be like this time of year, but they put up a good fight there, but we managed to do well. Obviously the opening game of the season, it's different, everybody's up for it and that, so I suppose I'll need to take a good performance to get 3 points again.
Considering what Inverness have done to Rangers in the past, you know, that was the thing that I think the players wanted to put right, and they certainly went about it, and that day, great, you know, from start to finish, and that would do nicely again.
Burke. Nova wanted the ball played early, it goes to Whittaker. Dashville made the near post run. Charlie Adam strikes the frame of the goal. It's simply not been his afternoon.
Again, it falls to Charlie Adam just outside the box and he hits it so well. With his right foot this time. He keeps it down but just not enough.
Papac. Novo. Ferguson's up there for him. Trying to pull it back instead for Dashville. Mdani, Whittaker, and Dashville! They say it's the mark of champions to win when you don't play well. Rangers have done precisely that, surely, with a goal from Jean-Claude Dashville in the 89th minute of the game.
Well, he has made a difference in the second half. He's had 1 or 2 chances, and that is a clinical finish. No one attacks it for Inverness Caley Thistle. They should. The ball goes up, it's just lumped up in the air. Dashville is the first to react. He strokes it past Fraser.
The harsh winter had made an impact at Ibrox. A new surface had to be laid after torrential rain had flooded the old pitch. One of the casualties was Rangers' first battle on the road to Hampden in the Scottish Cup. The 4th round tie with East Stirlingshire had to be postponed at the first attempt.
We've got to win the game. And East Stirling are coming to Ibrox. They want to come and enjoy their day and give it everything they've got. And we have, on that merit, we have to treat them with utmost respect.
They'll put up a good fight. It's going to be very difficult to break them down, but I think with us being at Ibrox and the fans behind us, I think we should get the result we need.
We have to be concentrated in our task, and we will play at home, so it will be a huge advantage for us, and we are confident.
We will hopefully pick a team that will go out and beat East Stirling, because it's so important that we maintain the run we're on, whether it's a league game, a cup game, a UEFA game. We want to keep winning, want to keep the momentum going.
I think he may rest some of the big, so-called big players here, because we've got some very tough games coming up, so I'm hoping to be playing and maybe show them what I can do.
It will be an opportunity for us to maybe get some fresh legs in. And doing that, by no way do we treat East Stirling with any lack of respect at all. I think we had an opportunity to do it earlier on this season, the CIS Cup up at Dunfermline with East Fife. The boys that came in there did a good job, and we might, obviously we haven't picked the side yet, but we might have the opportunity to maybe get some fresh faces and some fresh legs in there too. It's an opportunity for us to progress in the Cup. As I keep saying to you, we haven't won anything, so we have to keep going in every tournament we're in, because we want a bit of silverware back at this club, and that's the most important thing for us.
It's Charlie Adam. That's a decent ball. McCulloch finds the net. And Rangers hit the front. The breakthrough comes after 25 minutes. And it was a gloriously flighted ball by Charlie Adam that made it. Still work for McCulloch to do, but he found the finish. Mdani. Starshville. Hutton taking the chance to get involved. It's a good run from Hutton. That's Gow, that's glorious! Brilliant goal! Alan Hutton doubles Rangers' money, but it was a sumptuous piece of football. The cheek of it from Gow, Hutton continuing his run and finding the finish. That's a little bit loose. Now McCulloch to pick up on it. This is Dashville. Stabs it through for Gow. They've been carved open again. Boyd! So easy. And Rangers have put the cup tie to bed with just half an hour gone. Alan Gow again involved, and typical Boyd. Whittaker's had it. And he'll get it again. This is Dashville. Dashville on the surge here for Rangers. Could be 4 before the break. It might be for Boyd. It is. Well, Chris Boyd hammering out a message to his manager. Second goal for him, but it was all about Dashville, really. Dashville's energetic run, the simple finish for Boyd. Total Rangers dominance. This is Dashville. Getting Hutton involved again. Touch for Adam, and now McCulloch. It's opened up for him. Oh, what a hit! Brilliant strike from Lee McCulloch. And he shook off the challenge of Andrew Brand, and Brown could only watch. That's Adam. Hutton. And now Buffel. Like a bit of a lunge, to be honest. And the penalty has been given. A challenge by Stephen Oates. I think it was given for, not that of Derek Ure. Right on the line, it was a bit of a lunge, wasn't it? Over the ball. The Shire protests come to nothing, and it looks as though Chris Boyd has won the battle over Lee McCulloch for a hat-trick chance. Three for Boyd, 6 for Rangers. An emphatically struck penalty to complete a 3-goal salvo from Chris Boyd.
It was important for me once I knew I was starting to get out there and do my best for the team, and you know, obviously to find the net 3 times a bonus.
Obviously it's been a difficult time for you lately, not playing that much. How good was it just to get out there, simply?
Yeah, I mean that was the most important thing for me, to get out and get my fitness up. And as I said, I felt as if I've done okay tonight, and obviously I've got the goals, and hopefully I can go forward to Saturday now.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. You look ahead to Saturday in the St Mirren game, and it's a chance for you, especially if it looks like Daniel Cuisin's going to move on to Fulham. It creates an opening there for somebody to come in.
Yeah, I mean hopefully, as I said, if I can get my head down and keep working hard and show the gaff that I'm good enough to play. As I said, hopefully I can get myself in the team and starting every week.
Yeah. The game tonight, it was one of those ones where you could have taken your foot off the gas a wee bit, but Rangers kept going and made sure they got a comfortable victory in the end.
Yeah, I mean I think obviously we had to show respect to Stirling, that we weren't going to go out and start messing about with them or that. As I said, they're a good outfit. They came I mean, obviously for the first half an hour they made it hard for us, but I mean, once we got the first goal, the game changed a bit and we got on top. But as I said, they're a decent outfit and I wish them all the best.
Suddenly the goals were flowing thick and fast. St Mirren were the next victims.
Lovely little ball there, and Buck finishes it off. He took his time about it, but he kept himself composed. That breaks the deadlock. Just after I was pointing out that Rangers looked so flat, had hardly tested the goalkeeper. Neat little ball here, and this is better play by Ferguson. Good play, Hutton. That's a free kick. Well, now that is a red. There's the tackle there by Will Henning, who's already been booked. Oh, that's all St Mirren needed. Now D'Archeville, lovely little reverse pass, and that's it. Chris Boyd, when he gets chances like that, he really misses. Rangers are 2 up. Nice combination between the two of them again. They missed the chance, a brilliant effort the last time they combined, but this time, neat little slip. And of course you can do that with both feet. Out Ferguson, line deeper. Danny. Whittaker tries to drive it and he scored. Beautiful goal by Whittaker. They're asking Whittaker to do a lot. He's really basically an orthodox fullback, very good right fullback. He's been playing on the left. And watch this shot with his left foot, whipped across the goalkeeper. Rangers are now 3 up. Here's Naismith, Boyd. There's a shot, it's a great goal again by Whittaker. His second of the game, a replica of one he scored earlier in the season. A goal with the right foot, a goal with the left foot, and it took a sensational strike to waken this crowd up again, because a lot of them were making for the exits after a very drab second half. That's a way to waken people up.
6 wins on the bounce in the SPL, and it seemed there was no stopping Rangers. The first cup final of the season was the next target. Hearts were standing in the way in the CIS Insurance Cup semi-final.
I think, this season will be a bit hot and cold, but we'll have to wait and see what they bring. We'll just have to make sure that we concentrate on our own game, and I think if we play to our best capabilities, then we will go through.
For sure it will be a hard game, but I think we have a good confidence for 4 weeks now, and we are big aim to go to a final, so that's enough to have the big motivation.
I think that this cup here is just important as any other. I think you want to win titles and silverware, and we are treating this as no other.
It's a cup, it's a medal, and if we want to be successful this season, then we need to go into the games and win them and kick on and get confidence and bring the league back.
Burke, nicely forward, Whittaker, Aliswalos comes out. Whittaker beats him, drives it across, Dashville won't get there, but Charlie Adam will, great save. Stevie Banks, first chance of the match, falls the way of Charlie Adam and played out wide by Weir. Burke infield, there's a great overlapping run, comes through, that comes off the hand of Ferguson! And Barry Ferguson scores! It looked like handball, the referee said no, and he ripples the back of the net! The captain came calling, Barry Ferguson, Rangers 1, Hearts 0. with Charlie Adam. Back on to Ferguson. Here comes Darshall. Darshall holding up. Karapidas right behind him. Darshall, clever little ball over. Good save from Banks. Got a hand on it. Rushed the bar. There we are. That was a poor pass forward. Rangers dwelling. Stewart plays it through. Nadi onside. On to Velička. It was awkward. It was bouncing. It wasn't the best ball inside. But Andrius Velička simply has to hit target. Gonzalez with the error. On to Burke. Burke should pull it across. He does to Dashwell! He scored the winner in the League Cup in France. He may well have the opportunity to do exactly the same in the Scottish version. It's now 2-0 Rangers, and has Jean-Claude Dashwell wrapped it up for the Gers. That's a lovely flick on by McCulloch. Here comes Barry Ferguson going for the chip. And Stevie Banks knew exactly where that was going. Velička, anything now would be in the consolation clash, you suspect. Perhaps possibly best move, the ball breaks. Johnson with the opportunity, and Alan McGregor made the save. It's delightful Walter Smith and Rangers. It's another League Cup success for Rangers against Hearts. That's now their 11th straight win in the competition against the rivals from Edinburgh, and it secures their place here at Hampden on the 16th of March.
A late flurry of activity before the transfer window closed saw 3 new players arrive at Ibrox. The experienced and versatile Christian Daly joined on loan from West Ham, while midfielder Stephen Davis was borrowed from Fulham. The Ulsterman, a boyhood Rangers fan. Goalkeeper Neil Alexander arrived on a permanent deal from Ipswich Town to replace the outgoing Roy Carroll. The other January departure made huge headlines. After weeks of speculation, Alan Hutton made a £9 million move south of the border to Tottenham Hotspur. Daniel Kuzan's future was a bone of contention. Fulham were interested in the Gabon striker, but he had already played for Lyon earlier in the season. FIFA rules state you can only represent it to his hopes of a move to England. 2008 had started in the best possible way. A cup final berth secure, but more importantly Rangers had been in imperious form in the SPL. A 4-point gap had opened up over Celtic, and the wins just kept coming. After 8 consecutive victories in all competitions, Rangers finally drew a blank in the cup on a frustrating afternoon at Easter Road.
Ferguson's ball in, and a dramatic save from Makalambe to thwart Lee McCulloch. Got up well, just above the head of McCann. Brian Kerr. And Shields is in here for Hibs. Oh, now there'll be trouble. McGregor is going to go off, and he can have little argument. And right at the end of this cup tie, Rangers are down to 10 men, and Hibs have a glorious opportunity. It's going to be an unexpected debut for Neil Alexander. And Dean Shields taken down in full flight. Alexander will have to ready himself for a test early on into his Rangers debut, which has come in the most dramatic of circumstances. Shields might be favourite here. It is Shields, and the chance has gone. Well, it was a definite opportunity, but Hibs could not take it.
The Bairns of Falkirk were the next on the crowded fixture list, hoping to avoid a similar fate to their previous visit to Ibrox back in September. Rangers would settle for another victory, whatever the scoreline.
They gave us a right good game that day. I thought we deserved to win it, but as you say, 7-2 was a big result for us. I don't know. John Hughes always comes and tries, as I said before, to play football in the right way, and I don't think he will change.
Well, I repeat, the scoreline would be nice, but you know, I've said after that game, that scoreline definitely flattered us and didn't do the game justice. I think it was maybe 2 or 3-1 up. I know Falkirk scored a goal to bring themselves right back into the game. And I've said all along, they play good football. They play very good football. As we saw against Celtic when they were beaten 1-0, I thought they were very unlucky again. The Big Yogi and Brian Rice, you know, like to see the Falkirk boys knocking the ball about, and they do it well. They do it very well. So it'll be a tough game for us. As I say, that scoreline flattered us. I think we scored certainly 3 goals in the last 10 minutes or something. So it was a lot tougher than the scoreline suggests.
Obviously it will be really difficult to achieve the same score again, but we will see what happens. I wasn't really surprised that they came to attack us. Obviously every team which comes to Ibrox has that in mind, and they are a strong team.
When they got the goal to give themselves a chance to come right back in it, they pressed forward in search of an equaliser, I think it was, which you obviously had to do late on in the game, and that did leave gaps at the back for us to exploit, you know, with the pace of, I think it was Dashville and Kuzan. So it certainly did that day, but no, I would take nothing away from Falkirk. You know, they are one of the sides in the league that I would certainly pay money to go and watch.
I've always been an admirer of the way John Hughes sets his teams out and the way he plays. I think he plays football in the right way, and it's always a difficult game, but a good game. As I said before, they're a good passing team, so we expect a difficult game, but hopefully we can continue the run we've been on in the league just now.
Ferguson coming through now. It's the better ball. Darcheville still there. Free kick. Complaint there by Kenny Milne that he was innocent of anything. Although Chris Boyd looks as if he wants it, it's it! Right through the defensive wall, and Rangers are in the lead after 22 minutes. That was the simplest of goals. There must have been a deflection. Barry Ferguson is inferring that there might have been a touch there. There's a run forward to Naismith. Barry Ferguson trying to go in, and it's great save. A brilliant piece of play by Rangers. Good thinking by Ferguson in a run forward, and Naismith, excellent pass inside instantly. Up deep, several in for it. And just scrambled away. Pressure really on Falkirk now. Well, there's Naismith away. Naismith going in here, and he's done it! What a mistake, and oh dear, what a strange gloss that puts on this game, because Rangers were actually getting into a siege mentality to defend the goal, and there, in a tragic error, the game is put beyond any doubt.
European action returned in mid-February. Greek side Panathinaikos were Rangers' first opponents in the UEFA Cup at Ibrox.
Well, I think you always look to get a good advantage in a home leg. I mean, I think that's it. You don't want to be losing an away goal. They are so important that we start from that basis, and that we do enough ourselves to get a couple of goals there. And I would say that would be a good result if we can get that.
It's going to be a difficult match. We know that for sure. But we'll go as we always have done in the European matches. You know, we kind of go gung ho. We have to be very careful, but look to get forward and try and get ourselves, you know, a goal or two in doing that.
Noble moving through. That's where Nacho is dangerous, taking it down well. testing out Mario Galanovic.
Exactly what we spoke about. Route 1 football, long ball, flick on, Nacho Novo onto it like a flash, decent shot. Not sure it was going in, but that is the way forward for Rangers.
Gumas made the mistake, Nacho Novo came in, and Galanovic came out, and that should have been dealt with by Janos Gumas. A rare mistake from the man at the back. 32-year-old with bags of experience unravelled there. Rangers building slowly. Pavic. To Charlie Adam, he's given her away. Matos looks up. Ndoye has Salfagidis out wide to his right hand side. Ndoye overhit it. He stepped through on David Weir. He wasn't expecting Weir to do what he did. The angle ball's a good one. Nacho Novo's got into the box. Novo was touched. He could have gone down. Perhaps he should have gone down. And the ball turned away. Credit to him for staying on his feet. Should he have gone down?
Well, he had a chance to go in. He should have scored. His first touch was magnificent. He gets across the defender, textbook attacking. Now he's got to find a corner, and yet again he's hit the goalkeeper.
You don't see many European games where it's, you know, a team's running away with it, and you know you've won with a couple of goals. It's always nearly, you know, you only really win the game with one goal. So a 0-0's, you know, it's okay for us. You know, we go over there and get a goal. You know, they're going to have to score too.
Disappointed we never won. Obviously, we had a few chances, and it'd be nice to get a goal and get a win, but still in the tie.
Rangers returned to domestic action in the SPL at Rugby Park.
Broadfoot, Boyd, Ferguson and Carlos Cuéllar. The leaders lead.
Yeah, he's solid at the back, dangerous in attack when he gets up for set pieces. He's just lingering around at the back post area, nobody picks him up. It's a very easy header on the end as well.
It's Chris Burke who sent it in, glanced away by Fraser Wright. Lee McCulloch though can keep the pressure on. Was that a handball? Penalty. Jamie Hamill with a raised hand.
You can see here that left arm going up.
This could clinch it. It's Chris Boyd. It's in. It's emphatic. He comes with a guarantee of goals.
The Rangers squad flew out for Greece, facing an uphill UEFA Cup battle with Panathinaikos. The weekend snow in Athens looked likely to suit Rangers more than their opponents, who wouldn't have witnessed such weather at home before. Walter Smith's team needed to score in the Greek capital, but after 6 goals in 5 European away games so far, there was confidence they could do so again.
I think we've showed in the Champions League that we can, you know, play well away from home, so I don't see why not.
Back in the side against Kilmarnock at the weekend, you feeling fresh for Thursday night?
Yeah, of course. You know, that's what you want to do. You want to play football, so no matter what happens, I'm sure, you know, we could get a result over there no matter what the team.
What did you think of Panathinaikos in the first leg? Were you impressed with them, or do you think you have enough to beat them?
Yeah, I think we've got enough to beat them. I think we showed in the first leg that, you know, we created the most chances, and I thought we were unfortunate not to get the 1-0. But it wasn't to be on the night, so hopefully, you know, if we create the same amount of chances, maybe 1-1.
David, can you go over there and get the goal you require?
Yeah, we'll do our best. It'll be tough, but we'll give it a go.
How difficult do you expect the challenge to be?
It'll be very difficult. They're a very good side, as they showed in the first leg, but we know we're capable of getting a result.
8 clean sheets in a row. Big emphasis on defence. You hoping for another one?
Yeah, obviously that's what you know, it'd be nice to continue that, but we know we've got to score as well, so it's, you know, it's getting balance.
Any worries over the weather over there, or do you think that'll play into your hands?
I don't think it'll make any difference. You know, we're used to it, so we're looking forward to it.
Ivancic drives it, a good punch from McGregor, back to Matos, good save again, and the danger gets cleared. Excellent from Rangers to keep Panathinaikos at bay. That's chipped in, that should be headed away. Matos gets another opportunity. Garagunas, flat cross. Gumas has stayed forward, that's a decent turn, and that is a sensational goal. 1-0 Panathinaikos.
That is an unbelievable hit on the half turn. I mean, he's taken the goalkeeper by surprise. He has struck it as sweet as a nut, and it's in the top corner. Alan McGregor, not a chance. And just when I thought Rangers had got through a sticky patch there,
up pops the midfield to score an absolute wonder goal.
An inviting ball played in, knocked down, may break back for Gudmundsson. It's another great effort, and this time Alan McGregor is across to rescue Rangers.
What a double that would have been. Another fantastic strike from the skipper, but step up to the plate. Alan McGregor, what a save that is, diving to his left, but Panathinaikos within a whisker.
Is this the moment for Rangers? It's a little short in, almost fell for Chris Boyd. Naismith being hounded away by Pazolis. Infield onto Ferguson. Ferguson sends it for Burke, who's taken up good position wide. Here's Burke, whips it in, Stephen Davis with the opportunity, Novo! Rangers knew there was a goal in Nacho Novo, and it has come for Nacho Novo. Rangers score and are on the verge of going through.
Absolutely incredible. Crossfield ball from Barry Ferguson, magnificent. Really quick ball in from Chris Burke. Steve Davis, I thought, was getting the end of it. It breaks back to Nacho Novo, and he just smashes it in the back of the net.
Rangers thought they would get their chance in Athens, and so they did, and thanks to Nacho Novo, his missiles start flying on from one end, but at the other end it's the Rangers fans who celebrate. It was a performance that Rangers can be proud of.
With progression in the UEFA Cup secure, Rangers resumed SPL action at home to troubled Gretna.
On to Ferguson, Cousin on a chase here, still Cousin, goes away, can he put it in? He does! Beautifully taken by Cousin. All the way along that long run, you felt he was going to lose contact with the ball. It's a goal similar, very, very similar on the other side of the goal this time to the goal he scored at Fir Park against Gretna previously, when he played the ball very wide of the keeper like that. And it goes, that's it! Naismith, nobody covering him, just a little flick with the left foot. Rangers 2 up, watch Naismith here, absolutely no cover on him. D'Archeville did well to get round his man. Tried to lay it off there, Bott goes in. That's it. But D'Archeville takes tremendous credit for getting that out of nothing. This is what he's very good at. Not the greatest finisher, but he was in there trying to lay it off, but just underneath the crossbar to make it 3 with half an hour of the game remaining. A decent ball goes in, it's in. Juka thoroughly deserved that. That Rangers central defence today, I thought, has looked vulnerable, especially to this big man. Has played across there, completely missed. We have simply stood and watched that, so did others. Beautiful ball played through there, Boyd is onside. He took his time but puts it away. Beautiful play in midfield by, I think, the man of the match for Rangers, Steve Davis. 4-1, and he kept his cool, but watch this. Davis has been outstanding today, I think. Went the tourist route, but it came off. 4-1 Rangers with about 3 minutes of the game remaining. Three-headed, and goal goes in again, Juka. Broad smile on his face, and no wonder. Well, I make the point that this Rangers central defence, which has been outstanding recently, has looked very fragile today, especially in the air.
A tricky trip to Tynecastle was next on the cards. Rangers knew they needed a special performance, having lost against the Jambos back in September. They certainly got it.
Ferguson and Darshville's onside, and Rangers have the lead at Tynecastle. Jean-Claude Darshville on target.
Well, that's an absolutely textbook goal, brilliant. The way the ball's played in here again, it's Davis, I just mentioned him, doesn't give away passes, lovely ball into Ferguson. But Ferguson's vision, just a little dink with the outside of his right foot. He knows exactly where Darshville is, but at this point Darshville's still got a lot to do. But boy does he take his chance. Great technique over the top of the ball.
Second Rangers goal now could mean curtains for Hearts. Ferguson's corner, Carlos Cuellar across, Darshville again! He scored a second just before half-time to put Rangers in the comfort zone. They are 2-0 up at Tynecastle now as Darshville pounces again.
Hearts didn't learn their lesson from the first goal. Back post, completely free. And I think if Darshville connects well here, he might miss it, but he doesn't. He sclaps it. It goes under the bodies of two Hearts players and also beats Banks. Poor defending from Hearts just before half-time at a vital stage in this match. And that's what they think about it. That could be all 3 points here at Tynecastle. I just wondered if that's going to be a change in formation. They'll take Elliott off.
Ferguson. Charlie Adam. Novo and Naismith in the middle. And Nacho Novo makes it 3-0. Trust him to make an impression after coming on. He usually does. Good night, Hearts.
It's got to be all over now. Hearts just don't have enough quality. Charlie Adams certainly does. It's a great ball across. And Nacho Novo's exactly where you'd expect him to be. Right in front of Banks. The toe pokes it in. It's a lovely finish. He gets over the top of the ball. He was initially in a little bit early. He takes that step back to get himself back on side again. Lose a defender. He's not been in the park for more than 8 minutes.
Daly and Weir. Adam again. Novo again! Delightful! Nacho Novo turns on the style. And Rangers are heading for 10 wins on the spin in the SPL.
It's the same combination. Adam this time right-footed from the right side. Novo, what about this for a finish? Rangers have got loads of players up again. Davy Weir up there, Christian Daly up. Another great ball in. There's so much work to be done from Nacho Novo. And look how cheeky that back flick is. Completely deceives Banks in goal. And this has been completely and totally emphatic.
Yeah, we played very well. Early on in the game, I felt that Hearts were a strong side physically. We managed to handle that aspect of it and play some good football in the first half of the game. Managed to get a couple of goals. The one just before half time, I felt was a vital one for us to get. And then just after half time, Nacho Novo, and after that, Hearts looked a little bit deflated, and obviously we had possession of the ball a lot of the time. So I felt in the first period of the game, first 50 minutes of the match or so, I thought we were excellent.
It was from the first minute a great performance for the team. He's winning every tackle and he's playing great football. And then we see everything is going really good for us. So quite pleased for that.
Rangers had clear daylight at the top at the end of February. 10 wins in a row had opened up a 4-point gap over Celtic, with 12 matches still to be played. The wonderful winning run continued at home to Aberdeen.
Two Rangers players going for it. Lack of coordination at the moment, no offside again. Well, that's a brilliant save this time Barry Nicholson coming through. And he's kept Rangers in the game, the goalkeeper, Alan McGregor. Really got behind it. A powerful save, you'd call that. Well, there's the header across. It's in. Aberdeen have scored. In it goes there. Steve Lovell, it was behind that. And Rangers are behind. There's a touch, it's in. Beautiful goal by Christian Daly. Daly gets towards the near post. One flick did it. And this Aberdeen defence up till then had looked quite invulnerable, but not then. Broadfoot. Left foot this time, and it's in! Charlie Adam. Beautifully flighted in. Wonderful ball in there by Broadfoot. And Charlie Adam running across the defence. It is very difficult for anybody to stop a player who can get in like that and then glance it away. Good move by Whittaker. Still going. Still Whittaker. On to Boyd. Must get in, no. Nachanovo. Penalty kick. Novo taken out there when really there was no danger. Excellent play by Whittaker to start off with. Just hit aimlessly across goal. There was the first one, and that was a penalty. Wood saved, and it's in! Second effort by Boyd. Oh, that was well read by the goalkeeper, but in it went. Now let me have a close look at this as he rushed for the ball. Up it comes. Yeah, I think Boyd got that last touch. 3-1.
Skipper Barry Ferguson was about to become a record breaker as Rangers prepared for the UEFA Cup battle with Germany's Werder Bremen. His 77th European appearance would break the Scottish club record held by Dundee United legend Dave Narey.
It's a proud one for me, especially for myself and my family. To play 77 games in Europe for Rangers is a great achievement, and hopefully I can play many more.
Well, it's been terrific for us, over the whole season. Never mind the European games. He's reached a remarkable level of consistency, considering he's hardly missed a game for us this season. We know we face probably a slightly tougher task, if anything, in Bremen and Stuttgart, but it does give us a good indication of the level we'll have to play at if we hope to get through.
Ferguson drops the ball down onto Daly. Daly wide onto Broadfoot. Broadfoot onto Ferguson. Little flick on. Kuzan was waiting for it. Breaks for Charlie Adam. And it was a great shot. Visa does tremendously well to dive across to the side. Big Patterson is alongside me. What a start that really was.
Oh, almost an absolute blinder. A great ball through. Barry Ferguson gets advanced. It's the flick, and this sets up Lovey. Watch the technique here. Magnificent strike, Charlie Adam. That is a quality save from the goalkeeper. What a start it could have been.
Kuzan goes for it. The goalkeeper's dropped it. He had a hurler against Juventus in the Champions League. He has a hurler in the UEFA Cup against Rangers. Speculative for Daniel Kuzan, and Tim Visa allows the ball to squirt past him. Rangers have the lead. It's overrun by Jensen, picked up by Ferguson. Davis providing the support. Kuzan is held on. He is onside. Kuzan looking for the double. The goalkeeper spilled it, and Stephen Nairn scores for Rangers. It's the Irishman's first goal. It comes in European competition, and Rangers are 2 ahead. And again, Visa's at fault. Weir heads it away. Could have left it for his goalkeeper. Deciding to play it on to Charlie Adam. Now on the angle, Naldo. But his goalkeeper McCulloch gets in there. Lee McCulloch! What a track back from Naldo! What a track back! He may have kept his side in the tie. Again, the goalkeeper makes the error, and Lee McCulloch will wonder how he didn't finish this off for Rangers.
Well, how does Naldo get back? Misplaces the header, McCulloch gets there, that's a goal. Naldo, it does help when your legs are 6 foot long, I'll grant you, but he really did redeem himself. Poor pass back, and then, is that a penalty kick? He says great challenge, and the referee agrees. What a chance gonna begging for Rangers.
With a good job done in the UEFA Cup, it was time to turn attentions to the Scottish Cup and a chance to claim a quarter-final spot in the home replay with Hibs. The men from the capital were sure to provide Rangers with a stiff challenge.
They've came and beat us already this season, so I mean that would tell you everything about Hibs, you know. You have to be on guard because they're an entertaining side. They've got plenty running in the team, you know, and they'll definitely take the game to you as well. They'll not just sit back. So it's another one that, we'll need to play well to win.
Yeah, it's massive. You know, we went to Easter Road and we drew 0-0, but maybe could have got a result there. But you know, unfortunate decisions went against us. But we know we've got another tough game coming here, and hopefully, if we get through that, you know, that's another quarterfinals we can look forward to. And you know, as I say, the season keeps rolling, and if we keep winning, success will come. As I say, we lost the goal, and you know, as I say, I think from that game we've been unbelievable. We're on a good run, and Hibs are going well. They were unlucky, I think, last week against Celtic at home for the first 45 minutes, and we know it'll be difficult here, but I think in the end, as long as we get through to the next round, that'll be the most important thing.
Davis. Good bit of work. Burke was calling for it, and he's been fouled. Chris Burke with a shot! Oh, yes! Breakthrough for Rangers, and a brilliant strike from Chris Burke. Shimmied inside and unleashed a cracking strike. One to remember for Chris Burke.
Within touching distance of the last 8, Rangers flew out to Bremen knowing they're in the driving seat in the race for the UEFA Cup quarter-finals. It's a familiar story for the Light Blue squad, and this will be the 4th time this season they've gone on their travels in a second leg decider looking to progress in Europe. A hectic schedule ahead for the players. Thursday's make-or-break clash comes less than 3 days ahead of Sunday's CIS Cup final against Dundee United at Hampden. It's a big game after big game right now, but the players wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, we're expecting it to be another tough game. Obviously we got 2 goals and it gives us a good advantage going into the game, but we know it's going to be difficult and we have to perform to our best.
It's a really hectic week coming up. Would you lads have it any other way?
No, not at all. Obviously, this is what we want. We want to be involved in all competitions, and obviously it's exciting times for the club, so just have to do the job on Thursday night.
We're confident. We know it's going to be difficult. You know, we've still got a job to do, but we're looking forward to it. It'll be very tough. They're a good side. You know, they're capable of scoring goals, so we know we'll have to be our best. It's a double-edged sword. You know, they know they've got to score, but you know, also on the other hand, they know if they concede a goal, then it's going to be difficult. So it's going to be an interesting game.
Broadfoot, Novo had made a run, he's in behind Naldo. Nacho Novo moves forward, he's going to hit it first time. Great shot, Fiza will stop to knock it away. Comes back to Ferguson, lays it back to Christian Daly. Christian Daly hits Montezaka. Davis with the goals. Davis goes across now. Onyx gets it across. He's back by Broadfoot. That's a dangerous place. Diego with a flip. Diego tries to bring it down. That's sensational from Diego. Broadfoot with the error, and Diego made him pay in stunning fashion. It's very much alive in the Weserstadion. Werder Bremen 1, Rangers 0.
Sensational finish from Diego, but the first poor-headed clearance. You've got to head that back to where it came from, never down the middle, and it falls to the wrong man. Look at the quality of the skill, and that is a magnificent shot.
Out wide it goes. Bonich took a little deflection, the header came in and Rosenberg sends it wide and it clips off the bar. Sanogo got the touch, is sliding in. Rangers hanging on by a thread.
It's come back off the bar and Rangers survive yet again.
Werder Bremen needs a second goal to take this match to extra time and penalties. Hunt lays the ball off onto Naldo. Naldo is always going for the shot, and that's why, with very little back lift, he zinged that through to Alan McGregor. McGregor turned it away.
Not only the pace, you see the movement on the ball, it's tipping right into the corner, and yet again Alan McGregor, wonderful save.
After success in Europe, now there was the prospect of silverware at home. The CIS Insurance Cup final at Hampden offered the chance of a first trophy in 2 years. Craig Levine's Dundee United stood in the way.
For a club like Rangers, you know, it's basically not good enough to not be winning trophies. And this season, I think we've showed that we've got the capabilities of doing it.
It'd be fantastic. It's been well documented. We haven't won anything for a couple of years. First trophy, available trophies up for grabs. We're in the final against a team that will give us a really hard game. But you know something, we'll give them a hard game too.
Do you expect to see an extra spring in the players' steps this week as they try to nail down a position for Sunday?
Me. I don't know if we'll get an extra spring because I think they're giving us everything they've got. I'll settle for more of the same, but if you can give me an extra spring, I'll take it. But I think they're giving us absolutely everything, and I just want more of the same.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be a good experience, especially playing against a team who obviously have got great connections with and who have spent a number of years at.
You know, everybody's really looking forward to it. As the season comes to a close, you know, everybody's realising and saying that, you know, we can win trophies here.
It will be a strange game to be involved in, no doubt about it, and just to be around from a personal point of view. All my family still obviously lives in Dundee, and family's all Dundee United people and stuff, so it's great, you know, but I'm playing for Rangers now and wanting to win it.
As I said, you know, they have deserved to be there, and they've beat us at Paradise, so you know, they're a difficult team to break down and to beat, and I'm sure they'll be giving it their all as well as we will.
They will be playing for their lives because it's a cup final. They'll be playing for their management team, and rightly so. They'll be giving it everything they've got, so we know we'll win a game.
You've got 9 winners' medals in the League Cup. You're looking to make it the perfect 10, adding the 10th one as an assistant manager this time.
Oh, that'd be magic. It really would. As I said, it certainly has been a tournament that's been very, very kind to me personally, and I'm very grateful for that. But you know, my days as a player are well over, and I would love to see those players pick up a winner's medal.
Dundee United have beaten Rangers in each of the last 2 seasons. They'll have taken heart so far from the opening 33 minutes. Gomez loses out to the challenge of Davis. Picked up again by Kerr. Kenneth started against Celtic during the week. Elbow it long, right-footed. Cuellar turns. De Vries puts him under pressure. Breaks for Noel Hunt. Comes down for Hunt. Good effort. Fisted away. Now Bowman tries to take the touch. Papac is ahead of him. He's not quite sure what to do. He plays it infield. De Vries with the flick. Noel Hunt with the opportunity. Noel Hunt. And where's the ball gone? Noel Hunt squeezed it in. It wasn't kept out on the post. The cartwheel, the backflip, and the goal for Dundee United. All for Noel Hunt.
Oh, he just doesn't give up, does he? He's knocked down the first time. It's a great strike. Beaten out by McGregor. It comes back in. De Vries flicks over. He hits it against the post. It's caught between his legs. He manages to work it and bundle it into the net. It's been coming. It's a great start for United. Dodgy game now, going man for man at the back. David Weir and De Vries, and even Cuellar getting forward.
It has to be all or nothing now for Rangers. McCulloch back leg for it. He'll go up for it again. Lee McCulloch brings it down. Lee McCulloch for Rangers. Kovacevic right down beside him. And Kerr now turns, plays it back. What was Kerr doing?
Oh, I don't even know how to describe it for the young man. Don't know what he's thinking. He's 18 yards out. He's got body round the middle. We said that, put it in the stand, put it anywhere. Don't leave it short with a pass back, especially to that man Boyd. He's on in a flash and buries it. Oh, I feel for the young man.
One chance, one goal. Dundee United had dealt with this. Kovacevic was up against McCulloch and be battling away for it. The ball was blocked. Kerr comes in. Broadfoot in front of him. Why on earth he did that, you'll never know. And Chris Boyd does what Chris Boyd always seems to do for Rangers. Gets on the score sheet. Mark Kerr, a simple moment of madness. And Chris Boyd made him pay.
I have to live with that moment for the rest of his career, and he's been so good today, and he leaves Zaluska with no chance. But credit to Boyd, what a finish, so sharp, left foot laser, bottom corner.
Wants to send it for Conway. Guards have to come out. Conway will have to hold up, there's not a lot of options for him. He does get some support. Bobbin is there, plays it out wide. Mark De Vries takes a touch, De Vries past his man! Mark De Vries scores his first Dundee United goal, and what a time to do it! 5 minutes into stoppage time, Dundee United regain the lead.
Football never seems to amaze you, does it? And all start from Willo Flood, you know, he's all over Ferguson, he robs him, he passes it wide, it's Conway, it's Bobbin, it's out to De Vries for a big guy, unbelievable feat, gets out and buries it in that bottom corner.
Rangers in search of the 25th League Cup title. More than I think the next three teams put together. They launch the ball into the box. Darshall gets the touch on. It's missed at the back post. The goalkeeper's got there. What a touch that was. It's on to Davis. He clips it back in. Boyd is almost in. And he is! Chris Boyd, the goal machine for Rangers, brings them level for the second time in the match.
Oh, Rangers fan got a lot to thank him for. Played in, it's not dealt with. Zaluska gets another touch, gets it away, they hang it back in. That's just will to get there from Chris Boyd and bundles it over the line.
Kovacevic got the initial touch, pushed it away. Davis though was clever, a delightful ball to the back post, and falling backwards, Chris Boyd could still get his head on it, and Rangers are level.
You wonder whether Chris Boyd would get that way anywhere else in the pitch, but because he knows there's a goal at the end of it, he makes sure he sticks his head in that.
And Ali McCoy's for the celebration of the day so far. Penalty number one in the shootout. Flood steps up, beautifully done. Jean-Claude Darshall looking into a sea of tangerine. Darshall knocks him off the bar. It didn't cross the line. The goalkeeper dived the wrong way. It is advantage Dundee United. So now the opportunity for Dundee United to take the lead. Oh, that's in the woodwork, Craig Conway. Chance to increase the lead. And he hits the post with McGregor going the right way. Up against Zaluska. Stephen Whittaker. Here's the referee's whistle. He's allowed to go. Steps up. Right footed. Brilliant penalty kick. Plenty of power. Plenty of direction. 1-1. Mark De Vries stands. Looks at Alan McGregor. Steps back. Flips up. Beautifully done. As calm as you like from Mark De Vries. Dundee United leading 2-1 in the shootout. Davis, very short run up. Davis goes for it. Simple stuff from Davis. Low into the corner. He was never in any doubt. Robertson on as a sub, and he started the last two. Steps back, goes for it. McGregor makes the save. Diving to his right, McGregor turns it away. Advantage Rangers. And McCulloch, he steps back as well. Will this be a penalty? Full of power. McCulloch steps up, the goalkeeper saves it! It was a poor penalty from Lee McCulloch. The Dundee United captain stepping forward for their fifth penalty. Lee Wilkie against Alan McGregor. Lee Wilkie! Saved by Alan McGregor! Rangers have a chance to win it! I don't know who writes the scripts for Chris Boyd, but I tell you what, he is ready.
They're going to blast it.
Chris Boyd for the CIS Insurance Cup up against Zaluska. Boyd hits it straight down the middle, and Rangers win. And Chris Boyd, the hero in 90 minutes, the hero in 120 70 minutes, and the hero in the penalty shootout. And Barry Ferguson receives the medal, a handshake, and the CIS Insurance Cup goes to Rangers. They have won it in 2008. Walter Smith was charged with bringing back the good times for Rangers. He's done so. Alan McGregor, who almost went out the exit door at Ibrox, is back. But just wait for the cheer when the man standing behind Stephen Whittaker, who wins back-to-back League Cups, the first player to do so with different teams. But Chris Boyd holds it up aloft and Hampden explodes. But it's Rangers who are the CIS Insurance Cup winners for 2008. And it means everything to those players there. This could be the first step of a domestic treble in 2008. But for tonight, Rangers will simply savour the win, as all their fans will do. And at the heart of it, the man in red, Alan McGregor, whose magic in the penalty shootout did enough for Rangers.
Ali, have you enjoyed your afternoon so far?
Oh, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been a real roller coaster ride, but obviously with the end.
I think it's only the players that interrupt interviews. Well done. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, brilliant. I need a lie down.
What
chance have you got with your bosses, Greg?
But a terrific achievement from the lads so early in your tenure.
Yeah, I think all the credit must go to those players. I'll tell you right now, because they showed a spirit today that was just fantastic and wonderful to watch. For us to come back in the second half, and then probably more importantly to come back after losing a goal in extra time, it just speaks volumes for the spirit and and the attitude and just the willingness to want to win games. The lads, it was quite unbelievable. I'm so proud of them. I knew we'd get chances to score. I really did. That's what I was confident about. And I remember saying to Kenny, with about 15, 12 minutes to go, I just fancied us to get one. I really did fancy us to get one. I knew we'd get a chance or two. And of course, when we do get the chances, there's nobody better in the business to stick them away.
How tense was the penalty shootout?
Very tense. As tense as you would expect. They can become a little bit of a lottery. But at the same time, it takes men to go up and stick it in the back of the net when the pressure's on, and today we had boys that could do that.
Al McGregor, a couple of great saves again, a terrific week for him.
What a week he's had, he really has. What a week. He's absolutely hyper after that game, and I don't blame him. I'm chuffed to bits for him.
Yes! It's a first trophy for us, and it was a quite hard game, but it's get the result, and and with the first trophy, so everybody will be quite confident, and put all that confidence to the next game against Partick.
The so-called minor clubs, don't want to obviously discard them, but they're always hard games, they're always tricky, they always want to prove a point. I played in a couple bounce matches when I was coming back from injury. We played Clyde here. It's kind of the same situation as Partick. I think they're roughly the same position in the league, and they gave us a right hard time. Obviously, we had a lot of young boys playing, but there was certainly a few experienced boys and a few first team boys, and they certainly gave us a hard time. So I'm sure Partick will give us much the same.
It's a game that we must win. The most important thing nowadays is having squads, not teams, squads that are capable of handling a lot of games and big games. And we'll find out in the next few weeks if we've got that. Hopefully we have. Please don't take it as a lack of respect on Partick Thistle that we might make one or two changes, because nothing could be further from the truth.
It's a cup final for them. You know, I'm sure every boy will be wanting to show, you know, every fan out there and everybody involved in football that they're just as good to as the Rangers boys. So it's going to be a difficult night. We're certainly going to need to match their hunger and desire. If we do that, I'm sure our quality will shine through and we can get the right result and progress to the semi-finals.
Good play by Harkins. It's a good ball. A chance here. Damon Gray! Partick Thistle lead at Ibrox. The shock of the season is on. Absolutely incredible. There was great work by Harkins initially. There's no doubt that Gray was onside. And it was a lovely finish. And a major surprise is on here for the men from Firhill. Take there from Chris Burke. It's a dangerous one. Oh, and Tuffy makes the save. And Boyd in there. What an incredible scramble. And Boyd again. And Davis. And Boyd. It's in. Normal service has been resumed. And Chris Boyd finally managed to smuggle it over the line. Absolute chaos in the Partick Thistle penalty area. Tuffy had to make one excellent save from his own defender. Davis winning it, Boyd in there once, twice, and finally over the line. And real relief for Rangers.
Back to the SPL, and Rangers were hoping for a 12th successive victory against Hibs.
I mean, if we want to win the title, the Hibs game is a game we must win. And the players know that. I mean, we're not telling them anything we've not told them earlier on in the season. And we played them last week, so we know how good they can be, you know, and how tough they can make it. They've got one or two players that they can bring in for the last game as well. But no, we expect a tough match as well, one that we'll need to be up for. And as I said, if we have any aspirations of winning the title, we need to go and win the game.
You know it's going to be difficult, and we've got to be on our toes to keep the winning run going.
Daly gets to Papat. That's a beautiful ball by Papat. Darcheville. Oh, he scored! Wonderful finish by Jean-Claude Darcheville. But beautiful play by Papat, threading it through the eye of the needle. And the big Frenchman from that very narrow angle indeed finishes with great conviction. Rangers are one up. Here's Ferguson. There's only Noble forward. That's a problem. There he is, Noble going in after this. Beautifully played, Noble. He scored! What an opportunistic goal! "12 minutes of the game remaining. Look at the mistake there, and Noble took great advantage of it. Well, that's his kind of game. The ball played in there, getting behind defenders, good balance. Murray. Nice play by Zamama and Murray. Oh, that's off the crossbar. Deans, and he gets it. Dean Shields pulls one back.
Rangers could not be more confident going into one of the biggest Old Firm battles in years. They'd had to wait a while because of January's postponement, and the anticipation was higher than ever.
It's always massive when you play Celtic. I think it's more important that the fact that the league's so tight, it's even bigger, but it's a big one for the players and it's also a big one for the fans.
Obviously the biggest game in the calendar. We've maybe been waiting a bit longer than we expected for the second one to come round, but we're at home again, and if we can get anything like the result and the performance of the last one, then we'll be doing fine.
Caldwell clears, only as far as McCulloch. Novo! It's in! Rangers are 2 up, and Celtic's day goes from bad to worse.
It's always good to be kind of on top in the Old Firms and the kind of the recent games, so it's another one that's going to be first of all a battle to kind of earn the right to play, and we've got the players here that can score as goals, so hopefully we can do the same again as the last time.
They seem to be right in my heels, even though they've slipped up a couple of times. Obviously they're out the cup competition, so their main object is the league, so I think they'll be more focused towards the league. But as I say, as it comes to an Old Firm, it doesn't matter, form goes out the window.
Oh, Charlie Adam goes down, penalty! The Van der Snoe's challenge, penalty for Rangers, and a chance to well and truly finish off Celtic. It is Nacho Novo. It is 3-0. Novo, a man for the occasion.
I played in some pretty big derbies throughout my career, and there's nothing like the Celtic Rangers. My first one, 4 or 5 months ago, and actually playing in it was unreal. It's something that is beyond football. And that's what makes it so great, and with the history and the fans, and it's something that I can definitely look back and say I was lucky to be a part of one of the greatest rivalries in football.
If you can't get up for the Old Firms, then you shouldn't really be at a club like Rangers. So it's going to be tough, but hopefully we can do it.
Thompson, Darshville, Thompson wants it back. He's got it back. He's done it. Kevin Thompson, who has a habit of scoring against Celtic in his career.
That's quite simply a sublime goal. He's been the best so far in this match, Thompson. Just look at the way he's got the power to get himself through that Celtic defence. A great little 1-2. Darshville takes a touch, times it well, feeds it back in. Just look at his first touch. Darshville holds it now. At this point, his favourite, Thompson.
Stephen McManus for McGeady, turned away from Daly. Brings Hinkle into it. Scott Brown's going outside of him. Hinkle has other ideas. Super save from Alan McGregor, and Hinkle nearly came up with an equaliser.
Well, 2 pieces of brilliance. First from Hinkle, left foot shot, but look at that for fingertip action from McGregor.
Nacho Novo offering an outlet for Rangers, who are nearly there. Ferguson, and he's put it through for Charlie Adam, and Boritz has turned it away to keep Celtic alive, but only just, the seconds ticking away.
Oh, what a lovely ball that is from Novo. Just waited his time, got his chance, and then when it arrives at Adam, you're thinking he's going to finish it.
An amazing SPL run had seen Rangers strengthen the already vice-like grip on top spot. 6 points clear with a game in hand, and 13 consecutive wins was a true reflection of the team's quality. The same could be said of the phenomenal run in the UEFA Cup. The quarter-final stage pitted Rangers against Sporting Lisbon, a team who had competed in the Champions League earlier in the season.
Really looking forward to it. The European nights, it's been well documented. My views on the European nights at Ibrox are just fantastic. The midweek games and the atmosphere, brilliant. It's another one we've got to look forward to.
I mean, the last couple of games we've played in the UEFA Cup have been difficult. Panathinaikos and Werder Bremen. So I'm sure Sporting Lisbon will be another difficult one. But the last 2 rounds
we've overcame the situation, and we're into the quarter-final, so you never know. Magicians. There's a great spirit and a great desire to win stuff, and that's what you need to play here.
Well, we're more than capable of getting away from home and defending, and we're also more than capable of getting away from home and nicking a goal, snatching a goal. So the home leg doesn't worry me that much. It's just, you know, you play the cards that you're dealt, and I think, you know, obviously with our home tie against Sporting Lisbon, one of the most important things, if not the most important things, is we keep a clean sheet. It'd be lovely.
Can you be the man to go over and score the goal in Lisbon to take you through?
Yes, I think it's possible because the team, when you play always, the team play well for defense. I think the second game we have more space. It's very important for me.
Big Davey now going to miss the second leg after being booked tonight. How big a loss will he be?
His experience will be a big loss, but I think with the size of the squad we've got a number of players that come in and play there and fill in. So although his experience, and he's been brilliant for us all season, so it will be a miss, but I don't think we can grumble. It's with the size of the squad we've got, there should be people coming in.
14 proved to be Rangers' unlucky number in the SPL as the winning run finally came to an end at Tannadice.
Waiting for this, Flood takes it, and Darren Dodds nearly, and it has been put in at last. Dundee United will be desperate to go in, leading at half-time. Ferguson's free kick, and David Weir! They've got their equaliser! David Weir with his first SPL goal for Rangers. It's 1-1.
It's great timing of the run, and I think United get it wrong because he goes zonally across the 6-yard box, and what that means is it gives Weir the stimulus to get in there with pace ahead of the defence, and he times it best.
Mark Kerr up towards Hunt, and now David Robertson into the path of Carvanez. The goal scorer looking to turn provider, and it's Dillon who's going to send this across, and Noel Hunt has put it in, and Dundee United are back in front, and once again, yet again, they have trouble in store for Rangers. Rangers have got a job on their hands, but Nacho Novo's in. Can he equalise? Surely, Novo has done it! Rangers bounce back yet again. Nacho Novo.
Well, it's poor defending. Carvanez, just see there, he hangs back. Extra yard, but so much to do for Novo, and so composed. And he knows the tackle's going to come from behind. He can feel that, but all he's caring about is getting past Zaluska and making the ball find the net.
Here's Kerr. Flood. And he slips it through to Sean Dillon. Robertson onto an own goal! Carlos Cuellar puts it into his own net, and this amazing game takes another twist.
Can't believe it, because Dundee United have only got 2 players in the box. But yet again, Dillon, inch perfect with the ball, not for his own player, but to make it really difficult for Carlos Cuellar. And he's trying to hook this past the post, and he gets it completely wrong.
Mistake here is letting Chris Boyd. This is extraordinary. It's 3-3. Chris Boyd always scores against Dundee United.
Oh, what a game of football. What a poor back pass as well for Flood and for United. But just look at the class here. In off the post. So cool, so calm. Absolute composure personified. Brilliant from Chris Boyd.
The towering Estadio Jose Alvalade hosts a clash tonight that is balanced on a knife edge. Sporting will lean on their quite brilliant home record here in Lisbon, while Rangers know that an away goal once more might prove crucial in Europe. Either way, both sides go into the clash knowing they are now just 90 minutes away from the last 4 of the UEFA Cup.
I think the desire is keeping us going. I think potentially, if we keep winning games, there's maybe could be 16 games left of what could be our season. So it's going to be hard work, but the desire and the togetherness amongst our squad is tremendous. Something like I've never seen before. So I think that will keep us going through the games. And if obviously the carrot is there of the Manchester, the final. So I think we need to get to the semi-final first.
They will have to do so without the colossus that is David Weir. With the veteran defender missing the match through suspension, it seems likely that Christian Daly will step into the void. The good news for Walter Smith is the return of Carlos Cuellar in the heart of the defence, and the manager certainly has options in the striking department too. It's a very rare boost for the manager to have both Kuzan and Jean-Claude Dashville available at the same time this season. And in Nacho Novo, Chris Boyd and Lee McCulloch, there's no shortage of goals in this team.
We've showed that we can defend as a team and play games defensively, but we've showed that we can also open up and score goals as well. Goals have been coming, you could say, apart from Chris Boyd, from all over the pitch, which is obviously a good thing. And we just want to keep that going, and if we can get a goal or maybe even 2 goals tomorrow night, then it will give us the advantage, obviously.
Spectated. I don't think anybody touched it.
Gives that half a yard from Coutinho to get the shot in, and a surface like this he did well to keep it low and it skidded. McGregor at full stretch, but it's just past the post.
There, Vukcevic, the Montenegrin. And it goes, Broadfoot, can he get there? I think it's going to be a free kick. We haven't yet played 10 minutes, just about 9 minutes played. Right! After intense pressure, a wonderful...
Much alive. But with matches coming thick and fast, it was now all about claiming a semi-final spot in the Scottish Cup. Firhill the venue, as Rangers had a second chance against Partick Thistle.
Boyd inevitably the target. This is Burke. It's an excellent run, and Novo's there. And gobbles up the chance. Well, it's taken 27 minutes to forge the breakthrough, and Chris Burke, the key. Novo arriving ahead of the lunging defender to turn it home. Opportunity for Naismith. It's a clever one. Novo. That's a decent looking ball in. And Burke arriving and scoring. Well, they may well have wrapped it up 5 minutes before half time. Well, Nacho Novo dug out a beauty of a cross here. Boyd rose on the back post. And Burke gratefully receiving and converting. But excellent work here by Nacho Novo, repaying the compliment in many ways.
Cup commitments had allowed Celtic a chance to gain ground. With 2 games in hand, Walter Smith's team were 4 points clear as they made their first trip to Parkhead this season. Defeat would narrow the gap to 1 and open the title race once again.
Nakamura! His first Old Firm goal, and typically it's a beauty. Celtic to help that on its way. Christian Daly, won it fair. Whittaker now for Nacho Novo, and he's in some space. Isn't that just typical of Nacho Novo? Rangers respond, and that is a crushing blow for Celtic's title hopes, and it's a familiar scorer against them.
Oh, this is just spectacular. It really is. Nacho Novo, he gets a sniff at it. It's a lovely ball played through, but just look how much work he's got to do. Touch and hit right across Boric. The perfect position. Boric's angle's not quite right. He leaves too much of a space there, and that's enough of a space for Nacho Novo to get right through the ball. Perfect technique, right over the top of it, down in the ground. So difficult for a goalkeeper. It's his first sniff at goal, and what a substitution. Top class.
Wilson for Samaras. Caldwell. McDonald. Vennegoor of Hesselink! They've done it! Jan Vennegoor of Hesselink answers a Celtic SOS. Save our season. They are still in the title race. And yet again, it's a case of better late than never under Gordon Strachan, who looks like he's going to get the better of Walter Smith at last.
Suddenly the SPL title race was back on, with another trip to Celtic Park on the cards in less than a fortnight. But once again Rangers faced a massive cup tie. A place in the Scottish Cup final was up for grabs against First Division St Johnstone.
Forward by Stanic. Oh, and Novo could pounce on this. It was a terrible back pass. And what a let-off for St Johnstone. And the most relieved man at Hampden is Goran Stanic. It was an awful back pass. And it's a chance that you might expect Nacho Novo to take. But St Johnstone escape. Taking the direct route here, it's Kuzan, he gets another chance! Just couldn't catch it cleanly. He won the first battle. It's McBreen. St Johnstone looking to ask some questions here. Sheeran. It's a good ball in, and it's in! Daniel McBreen! And St Johnstone strike after 4 minutes of extra time. A tremendous delivery by Sheeran. And McBreen found the space and found the target. Davis, he's got in here to Kuzan, and he goes, penalty awarded. And Rangers have a road back here. Dougie McDonald pointing to the spot for that challenge. And there's no doubt about the contact, the challenge from Irvine. Nacho Novo against Alan May. Rangers level. Well, Alan Main went the right way, but Nacho Novo perfectly placing the penalty. And we're all level again. Now can they go on and win it? So Shearing. Up goes McBreen. And Jackson here, but he's offside. Well, time running out for a winner in match play. And indeed there is the final whistle. It will be the agony of penalty kicks to decide who joins Queen of the South in the final. So it's Paul Shearing to step up first. And scores! So Davis for Rangers. And he is up to the pressure. 1-1. And Craig scores. Kept his nerve. And Whittaker does the job. Stephen Milne. The first save by Neil Alexander. And Novo scores. Took a different route this time, but it's the same result. Jackson. Oh, did well. Consummate. And it's saved! Hemdani cannot convert. And St Johnstone back in with a shout. So Jody Morris. And Alexander pulls off a save again, and Rangers are one kick away from the final. And Kuzan sends Rangers to the final. They've had to do it the hard way, but they're there. It's another final for Walter Smith.
It was a bit frustrating for ourselves. We sort of huffed and puffed through the game. We played in spells and didn't play in spells. They kept the ball not bad, and it wasn't probably pretty to watch.
Making it difficult for yourselves in this tournament. 2 matches against Partick and then obviously to penalties here, but you're in the final.
Well, I think that's what matters in these competitions. It's getting to the final, getting into the next rounds, and you know, we've progressed into the final, and hopefully we can lift the trophy on the 24th.
And of course you've got the goalkeeper Neil Alexander to thank for 2 terrific saves in the shootout.
Definitely, yep. He stood up well and, you know, pulled off 2 saves out of 5, so that's fantastic for the boys stepping up, trying to put it away as well.
Natural, difficult conditions today, but pleasing to get through to the final nonetheless.
Yes, tough game today, but what they say is the most important is pass to the final, another final, and you know, that's the main thing.
A second cup final was waiting for Rangers. Could they make it 3? Having seen off Sporting in Lisbon, Fiorentina stood between them and a first European final in 36 years.
I think Fiorentina are a very good side, really good side. Top players, Mutu, Vieira, boys like that, very good players, and I just think it's
going to be tough without any doubt. I mean, we're in the semi-final, 4 teams left. There's going to be a class opposition, so we'll have to be on the top of our game, and hopefully we can do it.
We've worked extremely hard to get here. We've enjoyed a little bit of luck along the way, but now that we're here, we can say for the first time that we can look forward to 2 very tough games, but also the possibility of getting to a European final.
They're a very good team, and obviously the Everton lads felt they should have gone through. You know, penalties is a horrible way to go out of any competition, and they felt they'd done enough in the second game. But within that, they also said how good a team Fiorentina were, and you know, we're well aware of that and realise that at this stage of the competition, whoever you're playing, they're going to be a top team.
We're down to the bare bones as a squad, but hopefully the boys that are selected can do a good enough job, and say it's going to be really important to try and keep a clean sheet at home, and it gives us a great chance for the second leg. But we'll go out there and do our best and see where it gets us.
And that's a decent ball played in. Brilliant tackle there by Quella. Papat.
Well, and hit it well with his left foot. Stephen Davis there giving the ball away. It was a poor ball to Hemdani. who's caught on his heels, and Kuzmanovic, big, strong, running midfield player. He's not frightened to put the ball in the box or have a shot, and Rangers' possession just hasn't quite been good enough so far tonight. Quite nervy on the ball.
That's not a bad ball, Nacho Monreal going for it. He kept his eye on it. It was a beautiful ball floated in.
Yeah, it was excellent play by Broadfoot. Read the play very well, stepped onto it and played a lovely pass, and it just wouldn't quite fall into Noble's path.
Brilliantly fielded that time by David Weir.
After a nervy night against the Italians, there was another daunting prospect just 3 days later in the SPL. Celtic had stolen into the lead at the top of the table. Gordon Strachan's side had a 2-point advantage, having played more games. The incentive for both sides, as always, was clear.
Over towards Jan Vennegoor, Hesseling, and onside! Scott McDonald! Stephen Davis floats the corner in, and David Weir was in the thick of it, and he's claiming it! And Rangers respond quickly to level it up. We've got another Old Firm classic brewing.
It's not a good ball, and no one deserves this more than Davy Weir for the season he's having. He wasn't sure it even went in. He gets the touch, and Rangers definitely deserve this.
You can really take your eyes off an Old Firm match. Whittaker for Kuzan. This could be promising. Kuzan, and a timely tackle from Gary Caldwell. David Weir is up there lurking again after another goal. Stephen Davis, and it's in from Daniel Kuzan, and Rangers have turned this game on its head. The Old Firm are really slugging it out here.
And again, Celtic didn't learn from the first time. This time it's Kuzan at the front. The same delivery from Davis, and what a finish that is.
Robson hangs in there despite attention from Davis. And now from Ferguson. McGeady. McDonald. Oh, it's in! It took a little nick, and it sailed over Alexander. And McDonald claims another goal. It's 2-2. McDonald chasing this, and Broadfoot brings it down as a penalty kick for Celtic.
He just gets his body in the right place, and it means for Broadfoot he has to make a decision.
Barry Robson, he makes his mark at Celtic Park, and this topsy-turvy tussle takes another twist.
Cup success, both European and domestic, was counting against Rangers in the league. Celtic had opened up a 5-point gap at the top. Walter Smith's side had played 3 games less though, and knew if they won the remaining matches they would add the title to the CIS Insurance Cup. On the brink of greatness, Rangers trained in Fiorentina's Artemio Franchi Stadium, well aware that they stand just 90 minutes away from a historic place in the showpiece UEFA Cup final. Captain Barry Ferguson, back from suspension, led the rallying cry from the front, the midfielder well aware of the size of the prize.
If we win tomorrow night, it'll probably be my best achievement in football. I've won a lot of things, played against some great teams, great players, but probably if we do win tomorrow night, it'll be my best achievement in football.
And while the skipper has faith in his manager, Walter hinted that the second leg away clash gives his side an opportunity to open up and get at La Viola.
We know that the game will be slightly different from the game in Glasgow. I always think that having the first leg at home is sometimes not what you would want, and there's a slight disadvantage there, but one of the things it does give you, it gives you an opportunity to use the away goal ruling, and hopefully we can do that by coming here and having to score. So in many ways it's slightly easier for us to be a bit more adventurous in the game.
On a night like this, on this kind of occasion, they've got 1 foot in the UEFA Cup final. I think it's quite right that the captain steps up to take the first penalty and to lead by example.
On to save. Looks like Kuzmanovic. Fiorentina, a 1-up. Here the crowd trying to put him off. Beautifully taken. Wrong footing the goalkeeper. Carefully in there, and it goes. And you feel they are now oozing with confidence. Beautifully taken, very, very cool indeed. And Rangers need a save out of Neil Alexander. Another with the left foot. Oh, he saved it! We're back on level terms. And the pressure is now on Fiorentina. Now Christian Vieri, the veteran. Oh, he's put it over! He's put it over! Absolutely vital. Here he comes. He's done it! Rangers go to Manchester! 36 years they're waiting.
Next stop on the UEFA Cup trail would be Manchester for Rangers' first ever final in the competition. Zenit St Petersburg would face the long trip to England. Led by former Gers boss Dick Advocaat, they had made a real impression with their stylish play. They were also familiar with Rangers, having won an Ibrox friendly at the beginning of last season. The run to the final meant Rangers would face a frighteningly hectic run-in in the SPL. 6 games would need to be played in 18 days, with the momentous match in Manchester in the middle of it all. Their Russian opponents would not play a single competitive game between now and the final. The SPL season had been extended to the 22nd of May, leaving less than 48 hours between the final clash of the league campaign and the Scottish Cup final. The first league action in the breathless month of May was at Easter Road against Hibernian.
Rangers have lost their last 2 SPL games, both to Celtic. They haven't lost 3 in a row in the league since 2000. Davis, Novo. Davis again. Barry Ferguson darting into the box. And Nacho Novo on the volley and into the top tier of the stand. Stephen Davis with the corner. Ian Murray made sure that David Weir couldn't get near it, but Davis can try again. And Cuéllar. And Andrew McNeil got down to keep out Carlos Cuéllar's header.
Oh, it's good football. It's all about this though. Davis doesn't take a touch. First time ball in, a lovely weighted, flighted cross. Cuéllar is up. And McNeil has to scramble. It's a good save in the end.
2 points dropped in the title chase put extra pressure on the home clash with Motherwell. For all their problems during the season, Mark McGee had turned the men from Fir Park into the Old Firm's nearest challengers.
I made a terrific impression in Motherwell since he came there, and not only in an upturn in the results, but also in our mentality, the way they go about their game. So we know we're going to get a really tough game. The games against them this season have been hard ones.
Got to win this one, yep. Absolutely, totally agree with you there. It's again, Motherwell will bring the boys back that they left out at the weekend. So they'll look to be. But McCormick coming back is a fantastic season. Stevie Hughes will probably come back as well. So it's going to be a difficult game. But our home record has been fantastic. I don't see any reason why that's going to change. It's a chance for us to perform in front of our own fans, which we haven't done for a while. And I'm sure I can speak for the boys and tell you we're really looking forward to this one. And we're going all out to win it.
Mark McGee's done a fantastic job. They're vying for a European place now, and they'll come to Ibrox confident. They probably thought they deserved something off Celtic on Saturday. So we expect a tough game, as it always is against Motherwell, but hopefully we can get 3 points involved.
Stephen Davis floats it in, and Chris Boyd on the end of it.
And Motherwell just haven't got this sorted out at all. It looks dangerous every time a ball comes into that penalty box. And for the second time, Boyd is up, way above Bob Malcolm.
Nashville helps it on. Nacho Novo! His touch took it away and encouraged Smith to come out.
That's great goalkeeping. Ever alive in there, and he had to be. Novo was onto it in a flash.
Davis sends it into the mix. Weir was crashing in, and it has gone in! Barry Ferguson! The captain shows the way to goal, and there are huge sighs of relief around Ibrox, because that was a mighty long time coming.
You had the feeling it was coming. Rangers have asked the question. So many times we got the ball in that area, and this time, what a finish. What a big finish. Just how big we'll find out soon. But the way he takes this, no chance for Hughes on the line.
The gap at the top was down to 4 points as Rangers locked horns with Dundee United. No rest for Walter Smith's team, even though a European final was only 4 days away.
Thompson, though, will float this in, and Novo! They've got their early goal, and he doesn't half score some vital goals. Nacho Novo calms the nerves.
Well, it looks like it was Granger that let him go. Lee Wilkie, can't believe it. We talk about United being able to defend set pieces. Well, this is how not to defend a set piece. It's a great header, it's a lovely ball in, it's the right shape on it, and Novo can only go one place because he can't get enough power on this to go back across Zaluska, but he can get enough power to go near side, and he does it so well.
And Nacho Novo is in again! Fantastic! Fabulous! Nacho Novo is a man on a mission to put this game to bed in a hurry and prepare for the UEFA Cup final.
Well, United switched off completely, and Nacho Novo took full advantage. Ball gets knocked through, and Novo's onto it in no time, and that's dynamite. Unbelievable finish. Is he staking a claim or what?
Furman takes it quickly, and Nacho Novo is in for his hat-trick! Oh, he's put it wide.
It's great thinking from a young midfield player. Novo onside, timed it well, and I just think he's going to bang this in here.
Kerr. De Vries! And that is in! Dundee United have got one back, and that stands from Mark De Vries.
Dundee United could have had 3 goals here. and this is an absolute bullet. No chance for Alexander. It's a long ball and he just attacks that one.
Nacho Novo kept it in and he's found Ferguson. Darshville is waiting. That's clinched it in stoppage time. Panic over.
They exploit this so well. Nacho Novo firstly, tenacious as ever, great ball back from Ferguson and he waits it. It's a perfect weighted ball for Darshville to come in and side foot.
It's fantastic for the fans and the club, and for me personally to be playing in, well, hopefully be playing in a UEFA Cup final, something that I've only dreamed of and never thought it would become a reality, especially at the start of the season playing for Ipswich. But to get the move to Rangers obviously was great, and obviously I did think I was going to be sitting on the bench watching Alan play for the rest of the season, but unfortunately he's picked up an injury, and it gives me the opportunity to play in these big games, and none bigger than the UEFA Cup final. So I'm absolutely delighted and I really can't wait for it.
You know, the boys are just all craving for success. I think that's something that you probably look back on at the end of your career. You know, it'd be great for any of the boys in the changing room to still be talked about. You know, fans in the next 30, 40 years, 50 years, or however long may it continue. But as a group of boys, you know, we're just focusing on the game, and we need to try as hard as we can. And if that status comes after the game, then you know, we'll all be over the moon.
It's just an unbelievable experience, and everything that's going on around the media and the press and everything. It's just fantastic to be involved in, and to hopefully be playing as well. It's just phenomenal for me. As I said before, it's something that I never ever thought. I've never been involved in any European competition before in my career, and to come here and within 4 or 5 months and be playing in a UEFA Cup final is phenomenal, and I just can't believe it at times. Sometimes I got to pinch myself, but it's great, and I'm really looking forward to the game. I just hope I can do myself justice and the team can go and put a good performance out and hopefully bring the trophy.
You know, we've had a wee bit stick over the past in a lot of the games that we've played this year, but I think it shows how far we've came as a team. You know, the spirit within the team, you know, everything into the team through the coaching staff, the fitness coach, the docs, the physios, the masseurs, the kit man. You know, everything's you know, fantastic at the club. The spirit, everybody's together, and you know, I think that certainly put us in great stead, and you know, probably put us on the way to achieving what we could achieve.
I think the semi-final was the biggest game of my career, both legs. It was important to keep clean sheets, and they're probably the most important clean sheets I've kept in my career as well. But this final is just up to another level. It's just going to be a great occasion, and one I'm really looking forward to.
Fantastic stadium. There'll be a great atmosphere. It's a little bit like here. Fans are right on top of you, and a great atmosphere. And I think we should just go and enjoy it. No nerves. Just go out, enjoy it, excitement, and try and take the game to them, and then play a normal game.
You must fancy yourself if it goes to another penalty shootout.
Well, 3 out of 3 would be tough to ask. As I say, I've done well in the last 2. Hopefully, my luck's still with me. If it came to it, I'd be up for it, and I'd be looking forward to it, and I'd go into it full of confidence, and the chance to become the hero is something that has crossed my mind once or twice lying in bed, but to do it again would be unbelievable, and to bring the trophy back and be the hero would be, for me, it would just be something unbelievable and something I never ever dreamed of.
It was a dejected Rangers who returned to Ibrox the following day, the grief of losing compounded by the tragic death of Celtic legend Tommy Burns within 24 hours. The coaching staff and many of the players had worked with a true gentleman who transcended the Glasgow divide. The players would have to quickly pick themselves up and throw themselves into a final assault on the SPL. 3 games left, 3 victories would be enough, starting at Fir Park, Motherwell.
Reynolds gives it back to Hamill. Hughes, and off the post from Clarkson, but can it go in? Porter has scored. Motherwell are level at the start of the second half. They're loving it, and so are Celtic. Novo's corner, back by Cuéllar, handball shot from Christian Daly. Darren Smith was the man involved for Motherwell. That should be keepers, and again maybe not. Christian Daly with a vital goal to give Rangers the lead, and that's just what they needed to pick themselves up after UEFA Cup agony.
I did say earlier, he can play almost anywhere on the park, Christian Daly. He used to be a striker, so this is not new to him. But the goalkeeper, what a mess he gets himself into. Graham Smith should never be coming out there unless he's definitely winning it. And that always looked doubtful. And Daly, eye on the ball, a great touch on it.
But here's Ferguson, McCulloch, Kuzan. McCulloch and offside. Flags up. Not going to count, Nacho.
Yeah, you can see Nacho Novo just a yard.
The draw handed the initiative to Celtic, with goal difference holding the key. Just 48 hours later, the Rangers bandwagon rolled into Paisley, with only victory able to keep things alive.
It is better from Davis this time, but Kurt Broadfoot can't get near it. Thompson. Davis onto that. And Kirk Broadfoot is there, and Chris Boyd! Just what Rangers needed, an early goal. And it's a familiar scorer. Chris Boyd hasn't started much lately. He's just taken his frustration out on St Mirren.
Well, if you need one early, he's got to be the right man, hasn't he? It's about this bit of play here from Davis. Look at the little angled ball he eventually plays in. Broadfoot does very well, gets himself into the back post. Novo misses it, but you just know Novo's not going to be the last man there. He is. Chris Boyd, we talked about an early goal, he's delivered.
Potter won that. Whittaker. Broadfoot and Nacho Novo stumbled before he could get a second bite. Mistake though has let in Jean-Claude Dashville. Clinical. Rangers having to play catch up in the title race. They're going about it in the right way. 2-0 up.
You must say, Rangers haven't looked like this for a little while. They capitalise on the mistake, but Dashville there, at times I think this season would have laid that off. But he knows tonight is all about trying to get some goals. He takes responsibility. It's thunderous. There's no chance for the goalkeeper. It's poor work defensively yet again from the home side.
Now, Dashville's going to latch onto this. They've got their third goal. Ferguson set him up. And every goal matters so much to Rangers now.
Well, just as you say, there's not been many balls setting up from a wide area, but this one comes more central. But it's a lovely ball through, weighted to perfection. And there's no way that Dashville's going to miss this. It's actually very good play, link-up play from Chris Boyd, back to Ferguson. And Howard's got no chance. Dashville just follows through, second goal of the night.
The race couldn't be closer. Celtic and Rangers entered the final night of the season level on points. Walter Smith's team travelled to Aberdeen knowing they needed to better Celtic's result at Dundee United.
Another Aberdeen free kick. Confirmation of the change. Boyd on for Dashville. .6-4 for Aberdeen. And it's a free header! Can Rangers, or will they concede a second here? They do! Darren Mackey doubles Aberdeen's lead. And it's final day despair Celtic win the title.
For the third season in a row, Celtic had won the SPL title by 3 points from Rangers. An incredible league campaign had faltered with a nigh-on impossible fixture schedule and obstacle Walter Smith's squad just couldn't overcome. The consolation of a domestic cup double was still in the cards for Rangers. The season's climax would come against Gordon Chisholm's Queen of the South at Hampden. The First Division side had stunned Scottish football with a truly incredible run, including an epic semi-final win over Aberdeen.
I think it's a massive achievement, considering the resources we've got. We were part-time at the start of the season. We've went full-time, we've moved up to Glasgow, we've based ourselves at Glasgow. And for us, if you'd asked me at the start of the season, what would be a good season, I'd have probably said top half of the First Division. We've done that, but if you'd have asked me about competing in the Scottish Cup final, I'd have probably said no, but absolutely fantastic.
A remarkable season for Rangers drew to a close at Hampden Park with a remarkable cup final.
Ferguson over it. It's Boyd to strike and to score! Brilliant hit! And a goal fitting for any occasion. Tore into the net. May have got a slight nick. But Rangers hit the front. Stooping in there was David Weir. Ferguson going up again. In by Cuellar. It might put drop for Beasley! Clear daylight for Rangers now. And some fatal hesitation at the back from Queens. Punished severely. It was McCann and Thompson who got confused. And Beasley was first to react. And he made no mistake. And Rangers in sight of another trophy. McCann. Probably trying to battle his way through. This is Sean O'Connor. Oh, it's in! It's Stevie Tosh! And Queen of the South are back in with a shout! Dobie initially involved, then O'Connor round the back. And I'm not sure which part of his body he guided it in with. But they all count. Oh, and up goes Thompson! Incredible! The veteran skipper has levelled it up for Queen of the South in the Scottish Cup final. We are witnessing one of the most extraordinary stories in the history of Scottish football. Brilliant header from Thompson. And my word, Rangers have some work to do. When Boyd rose and scores! It's back to reality for Queen of the South. And Chris Boyd, a Hampden hero once again. Got up well, and Jamie McDonald had no chance at all. Terrific leap. It's Harris to hit. And Queen of the South fighting to the last. John Stewart. One more chance maybe. No, it's all over. Well, they put up the bravest of fights, Queen of the South, but Chris Boyd at the double ensures a domestic cup double for Walter Smith. A roller coaster ride of a season ends with cup consolation. On an extraordinary afternoon here at Hampden.
Thank you very much, everybody.
It was great. It's, you know, then the end justified the means. It was very difficult. It was up and down. Good start, and then, you know, obviously they came back into the game, so it was very difficult, but it was worth it in the end.
Queens did well for 10-15 minutes at the start of that second half.
They did. They put themselves back in the game. You know, we'd got ourselves in a strong position, and obviously disappointed to lose it, but we managed to get over that bad spell, and you know, Chris came up with a winner.
Did you think at 2-0 you might have done enough to have that game won?
No, you never. 2-0's never a final scoreline. The third goal's always the most important one, and we knew if they scored it, they'd be back in the game. But I think if we'd have scored it, the game had been finished.
For me, it's great even to win the bench, but also one just puts nice on the cake for my season. Also, I've done well in 19, so it's been great to join in with the first team now and win medals.
Did you expect to get on today?
No, I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't expecting to win the bench, to be honest, but it's obviously come out good for me. It's been great.
How did you feel as you were waiting on the touchline, ready to come on?
Yeah, it was alright. I never had a lot of time to get nervous then, so it was good.
I thought we maybe need a third just to finally get there. Credit to Queens, they came back right at the start of the second half, and when they scored the 2 goals, you know, we were in a situation there where I wondered if the boys could lift themselves again to get that other goal, but they did so, and obviously everybody's delighted.
Amazing that Chris Boyes, your Hampden hero again, 2 goals in the CIS Cup final, another 2 here.
Yes, 2 goals, delighted for him. He's always likely to get you a goal, and 2 good ones. The first one especially, there was a terrific goal.
A second Hampden triumph was a fitting climax to an incredible campaign that confirmed Rangers were a major force once again, not just domestically but also on the European scene. After a barren year in 2007, 2 of the 3 domestic prizes ended in the Ibrox trophy cabinet. There was every reason to believe the SPL title would have joined them, but for an unprecedented fixture pile-up at the season's end, which also included the end of Rangers' heroic UEFA Cup run. Walter Smith's men could look back on a remarkable campaign and ahead with confidence to the chance of greater glories in the future. Whatever happens, Rangers will be ready for the challenge.